God, Social Blade is garbage. Do not use Social Blade for anything. That website is terrible. It's inaccurate, it's wrong half the time. As somebody who, like, used to use Social Blade, and, like, it is bad. It gets the sub counts right, but, like, you can, it's bad. It's bad. Social Blade is terrible. But you must say that you have no collector's edition or so, mostly not, so you have a few. But you play them all? Okay, gotcha. No, I completely agree. I never can keep track of who actually owns record players and, you know, other things. Checked out the video you posted this morning and realized that you missed it. I mean, that's what it is. You gotta take a break, you gotta take a break. Even I got to take some breaks sometimes is... All right, chat, so I think it's time for us to... Unrelated to anything. You know what's cool? Unity is streaming right now, right? Like, as in the engine. Their official Twitch account is streaming. We have 3 times their view count. Ha! Anyway, let's play some Dwarf Fortress, shall we? So, like I said, new fort. Things are very early on. And to the people over here on Twitch, say hi, YouTube. When you wake up, you have a good night, sentient potat. See you in like 7 or 8 hours. I should still be on. It'd be weird if I wasn't. If I'm not still on, it's because some crazy person took out the power to my building, or the apocalypse happened, or I fell asleep at my computer. Some Fallout joke. Is this an out-of-season Fallout joke? So this is the starts of the new forts. It is... there's this funky hot tube of lava right here. This is still the same world as the last fort. So there's some funky caveats with this fort. The first one being, there's no trees on the surface. YouTube is kind of terrible, Elfie. Like, trust me. YouTube is kind of terrible in a lot of ways. Also, it's not a sub, it's a membership, please. There's no untimeout button on YouTube. So if you accidentally ban somebody, you can't unban them as a moderator. I can, but it requires me going 3 menus deep into my settings. And then you can't select who you gift a sub to. Jeez. This fort seems to have peaked. Ha! We started at the peak. I mean, we started without a wagon. This is our embark location right here, which is pretty funny. So like I said, we have no trees. This is the actual map itself, which is absurdly tall. The population is still V-low. We are playing as the Veiled Halls. Scarcity pricing for their engine. They're probably announcing scarcity pricing because so few people use their engine anymore. We are... like I said, a dwarven faction, but we're actually at war with another dwarven faction. These guys right here. I don't know how this war started, but I'm pretty sure this war started before I started playing. So because this save file is still available, you guys could dig into it if you guys want, or maybe if I remember, I'll upload it tonight to the Discord, and you guys can go figure out why the war started. But we're at war with another dwarven faction. We're also at war with a lot of other stuff. Goblins, necromancers. We're allied with humans and elves and other dwarves, but we're also at war with humans, elves, and other dwarves. There's also this goblin faction that's like crashing through another dwarven faction that we have some control all the way up here. So there's this goblin faction that's at war with us up here, the Angry Demon, which is just a great name. Just a great name. Yeah, you need just give me a minute. We're not quite naming people just yet, but I haven't forgotten you. Don't do it as worried is. Although I do believe that the Redeem a Dwarf is up. So if another person wants to redeem a dwarf before I do the namings and then I get to name 2 instead of 1, we could also do that. But of course we are just doing redemptions on Twitch, not on YouTube. The faction also stretches all the way down to here, so there is a lot of reach. This is probably the biggest dwarven faction in the world. Population-wise, it absolutely is, and distance and reach-wise, it absolutely is as well. So hopefully we'll be able to, find some fun stuff to go after, as well as fun things to interact with. We are the Living Fire, is the name of our local government. Currently, the militia commander is Clockworks, and Atir is the expedition leader. Freeways, what kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preference? That's the list. The current named dwarves in the fort are Big Bang, Wolfie, Arende, and UGDPY. What is post beers? It tells chat to post beers. We have 2 beer emotes. We have Crypt Beer and Crypt Burr, and it's kind of like, you know how some channels have like a hype commander bullshit? We post beers. And the bot responds with more beer. Glassmaker? You know, we probably will end up with a glass industry, too. We'll do a fort tour right after I name these 2 dwarves. And, Presme, if you could let me know what kind of dwarf you would like. If I don't see it, I will check your chat logs to double check it. So this is Freeways, with a Z. Freeways is an adequate hammer dwarf, believe it or not. Isn't in the military. Does feel wonder after learning about gem setting, because I made a jewelry, or maybe it was a gem cutting, spot to start, because I've never really built a fort that focuses on gems, especially gem artifacts, and I think that would be a bit of fun. So he shares intimate details of his life without sparing a single thought to the repercussions. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is curious and eager to learn. He sometimes can act without deliberation and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He tends to be a little bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and JJ just gifted 10 memberships over on the YouTubes. So thank you, JJ. You're very kind. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he has a greedy streak, and when he's nervous, he tends to chew his cheek. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and family-wise, you do have 2 friends, but that's about it. You are a member of the Communion of Quintessence. I'm not super familiar with everything just yet, because there's still a lot of groups and such that I'm not the most well-versed in. Shares intimate details of his life without sparing a single thought to the repercussions or property, and he finds humor in most situations, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He is curious and eager to learn, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, which I already read. He likes Electrum, Praise, and the color pale taupe, picks and buckets, and giant gray parrots for their intelligence. Well, that's interesting. And when possible, he prefers to consume shad and persimmon wine and bladeweed seeds, and absolutely hates mussels. And he has no kills. So that's the first dwarf. The second one, first happy unnamed dwarf on list. So that would be Obok, I guess? Obok the Miner? How's this, Presme? Unless you said something else previously. Here, whoops. I will unname that dwarf from being you. And just show you the list. And then we'll do a fort tour. Shiny stones are best stones? Sure, checks out. Or username checks out. Hunter Cat. Currently making slate blocks. So this is a calm biome, but like I said, we are very close to a lot of things that we're at war with. I mean, the nearest goblins are a day and a half's travel, and there's dwarves that are also at war with us that are a day's travel. You just discovered DF and your videos have already been a major help. Very entertaining to boot. Well, thank you. Made me sound Canadian when I read that. A Canadian is showing. Well, hi, and thanks from Canada. Thanks from a city in Canada that is named after a place in the UK because people are not creative. Which is true. Considering I live pretty close to New Westminster and Surrey and Richmond. Anyway. So P-R-E-Z-E-M-E. Presme. Oh no, it's P-R-Z-P-N. Why do I always want to put an extra E in there? Presme. Is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. Is often sad and dejected, and is not the type to even fall in love or develop positive feelings. Has a low sense of self-esteem and takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Does not often feel envious of others and is stubborn. Is somewhat envious of others, and is stubborn and is somewhat quarrelsome. Is bothered by this, and she values friendship, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is slow to anger, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Doesn't handle stress well. And she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She has a menacing stare when she's angry, and she exhales sharply when she becomes exasperated, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is offended by leisure time and leisurely living, and is put off by family. Likes red spinel and yak leather and giant toad tooth. Do toads have teeth? Just like in real life? I thought that like frogs and toads were like, they just kind of swallow the thing. Like gulp, you know? Who the fuck's offended by leisure time? Hustle culture bros. She sees she likes warhammers and quivers and ducks for their quacks and the sight of the festive bewilderment, and when possible prefers to consume flounder and single grain wheat beer, and absolutely hates large roaches. Me too. I also hate large roaches. Has very long hair in double braids, has never killed anything, and is a member of the silvery denomination. They have tooth. Well, okay then. My entire mental image of toads has changed. So this is a very new fort. Traders have just arrived, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check. Yes. Iton, the outpost liaison, and a camel and a single merchant have arrived. As for the fort itself, we are very new. So I dug into here, and I've dug these tiny little walkways, and this is becoming our hotel. I'm assuming these will probably end up just staying housing for my dwarves, but I don't know what the long-term plan for these are. These might end up becoming like temporary living spaces or something, but I did these little stairs down for the bedrooms just so I didn't need to make doors. Speed the process up a little bit. But we got beds in here, and so that's kind of convenient. And I'll probably just keep doing bedrooms, like just do a bunch of little walkways in here, and then bedrooms on the layer below, and then a bunch of walkways here, and then bedrooms on the layer, etc., and then cram extra bedrooms into the layer above. So I could probably put one like right here, and maybe one right there or something. But we're just gonna kind of keep doing that system because it's working pretty well for right now. As for the current layer of the fortress, we have this. Now, I don't know entirely where the entrance is gonna be. This is kind of like a possible front door. Is it Hotel California? It's Hotel Dwarfornia. Yeah. Such a lovely place. But I don't know entirely where I'm going to put the actual front door to this fort yet. We have a couple ideas. Yeah, last night, because I started this fort pretty late in the day, so I'd been streaming for like 11 and a half hours. Chat was nattering in my ear about something to do with making a ball of glass and then covering it in lava, and me going, I don't know, maybe I'll think about that tomorrow. And to me, that just sounds like a lot of work. But I don't know, maybe. It would be kind of cool to like have like some sort of suspended walkway that I could flood with lava on the, like in here. But kind of the theme for this fort, I think, is the thing that I want to talk about next. The idea for this fort is I want to build a academics fort, so like a library fort that isn't focused on combat directly. The last few forts I've done have been very like, all right, everybody line up, you all have swords, go stab them. That's been the last few forts, or a lot of the last few forts. In this fort, I want to be a bit more indirect with my combat. And I want to try a few things. Specifically, I want to try like firing catapults into lava to create mist is something I would like to try. I'm thinking like, I'm just gonna draw a diagram as an example. What if there's a walkway with a wall on the end with lava right here, or with a walkway right here, lava right here, and then just open space right here, and then catapults back here. And if the catapults don't hit the baddies, they'd fall into the lava. And wouldn't that create mist? So if you drop something into lava, Reinhardt, it causes a splash. Enemies don't path around the splashes because they don't block pathing like smoke does. And if you walk into them, you immediately explode into fire. So I'm thinking about trying a few things like that to see if I can make some stuff work, because stuff that I've never done with lava before, basically. I've done it similar. I did a system once where I would load rocks into minecarts, and then the minecarts would dump over an edge, which would fall down, and that would cause a lava sploosh. That could be fun. No, literally, you can make waterfall mist, but with lava, which kills baddies. So that's kind of what I want to try and do. Follow Rain, hello, by the way. And Gronzi, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. It's good to have you. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I want to mess around with lava, basically. with the guise of building a library. Now, this is a calm biome, which I mentioned way too many times, but because if you, the more vigilant of you may have noticed that we're on a mountain with a tiny little corner down here that is rocky wasteland. There's no trees anywhere on the surface, and there's also no water anywhere on the surface. There's also no aquifer anywhere on this map. So our source of water is, well, down, 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 down. Don't mind this. This is gonna become a minecart soon. All the way down here. In the caverns. Now, there are cadaverous cave crawlers, and there are hungry heads flapping around in here, which is unpleasant, but that is our only source of water, and currently I have no access to it. We are living right here, and I've sealed off this line, and these, and this, and, well, our faction's kind of cool. So, we have tame elephants already. We already have tame elephants. Oh yeah, water in the caverns are fresh water. So we can use it for, like, cleaning their body and whatnot. Mad respect for Mom and Pa on YouTube. Oh, hell yeah. Mom and Dad donated a lot of money. I think Mom and Dad won, actually, as far as, like, highest donos go. But my mom and dad donate money relatively frequently to JDRF anyway, because both me and my little sister are type 1 diabetics. So when I told them, like, 2 months ago that I was going to do it, they're like, all right, we'll start saving. We'll give you the quarterly donation. So, yeah, we do, in fact, have a breeding pair of elephants. I haven't gotten any baby elephants yet. So I'm actually going to use DF hack to double check something. Okay, sweet. We do not, in fact, have gay elephants. At least this one isn't. Sweet. We do not, in fact, have gay elephants. So we should get baby elephants, which is awesome. So that part is very, very, very exciting. The problem with this growing area down here, though, is it is only 1Z level high, which is both a benefit and an issue. It's a benefit because it's very easy to just seal it off and not worry about the cavern creatures, which we did. It's an issue because trees won't grow. So I'm not gonna be able to get wood here. We did stumble upon another cavern layer, though, which is up here. This one has no trees, but it does have metal in it. So, you know, which means I don't actually know which cavern layer this is. This could be the second cavern layer. It could be the first cavern layer. I don't know. It does have this interesting aluminum pillar, though, which is kind of fun. And also a whole lot of obsidian. So we might dig in here and use this as kind of like a quarry area. But at least the plan for right now is, I'm just gonna leave this cavern as is. I'm not entirely sure, but I just wanted to check to be sure. So yeah, basically we are very short on wood. So we are going to be importing wood, and we are going to be importing elephants, I think. So I guess it's time to trade. I actually, hold on. Did I even build a trading depot? I thought I did. I keep on thinking that I did, but then I guess I didn't. I guess I didn't. Jesus. All right, well, let's just build a trading depot down here. We did have a crash last night, so I keep on thinking I've done things and then finding out moments later that I haven't. So Freeways the Glassmaker is going to be our broker, and since we're here, we'll also make you into our bookkeeper, and since we're here, we'll also make you into our manager. Donkey carrying an elephant moment. Oh, it's one of my favorite visuals in this video game. Donkey carrying an elephant. It's fantastic. Let's follow them's merchants. Oh, hey, diplomacy. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. What request do you have of our merchants? Pets. I'm thinking just lady elephants. Make an elephant harem. Are you telling me I can embark with elephants, but you're not going to sell me elephants? Well, that's a scam. That is an absolute scam. Son of an elephant. Yeah, I could. I'm probably going to have to do something like that if I want to get trees to grow there. Frog for hire. Fresh out elephants. Well, wood it is then. Damn, that's a shame. I am now the faction's elephant provider. Yeah, I took them all upon embark. Took both of them on embark. I mean, I'm pretty sure my mods have already responded to this question, but the Fortress mode for Steam version is already ahead of Classic. And Classic is getting updated in alongside of it. They're the same game. If you're talking about version 47, version 47 is never going to get updates. Version 47 is an old version of the game that's finished. Like it's an old version of the game. It'd be like you know, I always want to say it would be like Blizzard updating Warcraft, like Cataclysm again, but they are doing that. So no, it didn't. That's just false information, Bobtron. It's more like it got outdated. Because he found out he purchased gay giraffes. I seem to remember that line. I should rewatch Gladiator. Did faction settlement get lost during my embark? Why do you ask that? I'm literally sitting here and looking for logs. I don't see it. Chat, am I going crazy or are there no wood in this? Oh, there it is. Okay. Isn't it under what? I mean, I say one thing, think another. They need ash. Okay. Where am I going to get that? Of why I can't buy elephants? Because they heavy. They don't want to put them on their wee baby camels. Clearly. The elephant break the camel back. Last fort, I think, is the command you're looking for, or goal, Bronzy. It's going to be different. So when you ask about like what's experience is adventure mode going to be similar to, I'm talking to the YouTube chat at this exact moment. When you ask what kind of experience adventure mode is going to be similar to, the closest analog that I know of would either be Unreal World or Kenshi. Obviously, Kenshi's a real-time game, whereas Unreal World is a turn-based game, and Adventure Mode is going to be a turn-based game. So something like one of those two things. But essentially, what it lets you do is it lets you be the little random monster hunters that show up and hang out in your tavern. It lets you be one of those dudes. So you don't have like, it's not a life sim like Stardew Valley. Like you're not just gonna start your dwarfy farm and then, you know, live a life per se. You're going to be wandering from place to place, doing jobs for people, taking quests, that kind of thing. But just realize that Kenshi has a lot more stuff to do, I would say. What game am I talking about? Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode. This video game. The number of times giraffe is getting added in the chat right now, DD Murph. But if you have a high, and Twitch chat's getting an ad right now, which is why I'm pausing the game, or it's supposed to start. I just got a countdown and it hasn't started yet. So once the ad starts, I will pause the game. But the thing that I will consistently state about adventure mode is that if you have a relatively high tolerance, or what you consider to be a high tolerance for like weird control schemes in ASCII, it is worth just downloading version 47 and trying it. Because you can just go play it right now and get a pretty good idea of what it's going to be like in this mode by just playing it. Uh-oh. Well, I found the other cavern lair. I was wondering about that. I wonder if this one has water. Don't mention the giraffe in the room. Got it. I'm going to wait for this ad to end. You thought I was talking about this Kenshi thing. Well, Kenshi is a game, but I was describing Kenshi as one of the closer analogs to Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode. If you are subscribed to the stream, so you are not seeing ads. If you are subscribed to the stream here on Twitch, you will never see an ad. And considering I don't do sponsored segments, you will literally never see an ad. Oh, certainly. Mods can always change how games work, but I don't pitch games as modding sandboxes because I think that that's extraordinarily redundant, right? If somebody asks me what can you do in a video game, I tell you what you can do in the video game. I'm not going to be like, here's a mod list. No, I'm not that kind of person, and I never will be. It's for Blind's awesome shirts. I haven't promoted any merch recently because I haven't had any new merch recently. Or my weird YouTube side projects. Okay, so I need to get rid of this extra staircase here because otherwise they're going to go out there and start digging that, which I really don't want them to do. And then I need to reroute my minecarts, likely. So how much did I miss this by? I missed it by kind of a very small amount. Let's get this going on slightly higher priority and get a door placed there. Oh, never mind. I need a door. Let's get a floor piece placed there. Go up here. Up here. Should actually just redo the rest of this and do some clicking. Bear with me, chat. So we're on layer, what was that, 16? Okay, so this is the first cavern layer then. Turns out we've now found cavern layer 2. Since I don't need to go all the way up that way, what I'm gonna do Oh, I see. This is actually going the wrong direction. Anyway, so that wouldn't work. So let's just scoot up here. Not even that far. There we go. Jump up here, jump up here, jump up here, jump up here, and keep going. That's too far. I'm building a ramp for minecarts. Although, now that I know that that's there, I could actually just farm there instead. But I don't really want to occupy more cavern layers than I need to. That's funny. For some reason, doing this requires enough hand-eye coordination and enough concentration that I'm really bad at talking when I'm digging ramps up for some reason. Because if I go 2 levels up, or it's like kind of almost a patting, like tapping your head and rubbing your tummy kind of thing, where it's like if I go too many layers up in a single click, or if I miss one, then I have to redo the whole thing. Okay, that's where I need to be. And you. That. Take care, Elfie. See you when we see you. I'm doing talking about merch and discovering K layers. Yeah, that's what you missed. We found a cavern layer and we talked about merch a little bit. I gotta say, whenever I break into a cavern layer in this fort, frame rate chunks to nothing. And then it comes back, which is very concerning as far as I'm concerned. Like, shit's spooky. I'm not super fond of it. I realize that there's a bunch of hungry heads in the basement already, but... I didn't need to put a ramp on the last turn. Do me a huge favor, please. Judosi, I realize you're new here. This is a stream where I stream. It's not a stream where you tell me what to do, okay? I appreciate it, but I don't really want you to tell me what to do, okay? Regardless of the situation, unless I ask for help, let me screw up. And if I screw up, that's okay. Let me make my mistakes. Making mistakes is half the fun. If I don't ever make mistakes, how am I going to flood the fort with lava accidentally? Come on. The screw-ups are the fun part. I mean, they're part of the fun part. All right. So yeah, we are in fact making booze, which is good. It's basically foreshadowing. Yeah, absolutely. Just waiting for a dwarf to get over here and finish building this. Probably you, right? Nope, you're polishing basalt. What's you're a dabbling gem cutter. Well, I see. Arende is over here making the things that we can trade. Cavern elephant. I do in fact have 2 elephants in the basement, yes. We embarked with them. Because there's only one reason why your frame rate is low in Dwarf Fortress. It's because the game is doing a lot of calculations. Game doing math. The thing is, like, you asked me this question. Is there a way to know why the FPS are low? No. At least not externally. Can you figure it out? Potentially. Is it solvable? Absolutely. Can I tell you what it is? No. I'm not even going to try. How did you get in here, Bug Batty? Bug Bat got in here somehow. How in the world? Oh. That explains the frame rate, chat room. Because they all came in from here. It's 1,000% what it is. We're literally just going to wait for this to get built in, and then I'm going to lock this area off. Yeah, it's because they came from the layer above. Okay, I'm going to go into the tasks screen, and I'm going to pause collect webs, because I would like you to go back inside, please. Now that that's done, I'm going to do this. We're going to grab this, and I'm going to place diorite right here. Now we're just going to wait for this diorite wall to get built, and I'm going to make sure nobody goes out. Sound is audible now. I will say the same thing that I always say to you when you say that you can't hear the music in the background, Diamond. Get better headphones. Like, genuinely. Just get better headphones. The audio in my stream is perfectly audible. It's quiet because I'm very cautious about copyright stuffs. Oh, great. There's troglodytes in my goddamn fort. The thing that we actually need to get done is this right here. So that traders can just kill them for me. Well, I suppose the good news is they kind of did. Is there anybody building that wall piece right about now? The animal people are coming? It's not always the animal people. Sometimes it's other things. Like in this case, it's give water? Who are we giving water to? Who's injured? The hell did you just give? Oh, man. Well, the good news is I think I just got a lot of free stuff. The bad news is, oh, hey, no, we do still have traders. Okay, well. Fine, I'm surprised. And Lytast is seriously injured, so I need to make a hospital real quick. This is an unused bed. This is going to be a hospital for 90 seconds. Apparently, our friend here, Ash, is giving away a minecart certification mug. If you would like a chance to win a minecart certification mug here in the Twitch chat, just type in !enter. I'm going to make this into a hospital. Assign, I don't know, UGDPY as the chief medical dwarf for a minute here. And throw a chest in here. And then we're going to wait, because there ain't much else I can do. And some migrants have arrived. Well, that's excellent. Migrants that we have. Just keeping an eye out for dwarves that would be good in the military. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Respects the development, doesn't... Okay. Doesn't care about skills related to fighting. Well, that's unfortunate. Dreams of mastering a skill. Ooh. Not the type to fall in love. He has respect for martial prowess. Sometimes can act with little determination. And he is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Okay. Okay. Likes difficult. Okay. We can get you in here, Meng. Also is an expert swords dwarf, apparently. Which I didn't even notice. You're a competent lasher. Ooh. And a legendary fish cleaner. Redeemed dwarf is on cooldown. Weird. I had no idea. Of course it's on cooldown. If it wasn't on cooldown, you would have been able to redeem it. So the winner was Grey Bush Games. Grey Bush Games. If you click on that link, you will, and then link your Twitch account with that link, it'll allow you to redeem your mug. You know, Kashmir, if you have to ask that question, it means it's on cooldown. The last one was redeemed 33 minutes ago. Generally, it has a countdown timer on it when you click on it. So it should say what the countdown is. Yeah, it does on my end. So if it doesn't and it's not available, it means it's on cooldown. Legendary fish cleaner is really funny. Yeah, because we have no water here. Which is especially funny. But she can handle stress, so we'll put her in the military. And then we have a milker. Who's creating a great work of art. Does not care about friendship. Yes, rest in pieces, Slaprock. No timer? Well, do me a huge favor. If you ever want a positive reaction, stop asking if it's on cooldown. Because, yes, it's on cooldown. The command won't exist if we're not playing Dwarf Fort. I will manually remove it. I can't help you, Celestine. I'll tell you this. Making people talk about it makes you significantly less likely to get it. And if you would prefer, I'll remove it altogether and simply never name dwarves, because I'm getting really tired of this whole rigmarole. Which is unfortunate, but it's kind of the truth. Ash is now gifting a Gold Rush mug to chat. If you would like a chance to... I know you're not asking about it. I'm just stating the fact out loud, Celestine, that it makes it harder for you to get it if you bring it up. I'm more talking to Kashmir here, not you. It's annoying to everybody, I think, and it sucks. I don't like the solution, but I don't really have a better one. Every other one is less fair that I can think of, or requires a lot of behind-the-scenes work on my end, and frankly, I just... like, I don't have a good way of doing this, unfortunately. Why is my brain going to Mars Needs Moms, which is definitely not the movie you're talking about, aka Vanguard? I mean, like, certainly not, like, harvesting dopamine from brains. Isn't that like that like Sky something movie with the weird blue spaceships, was it? Are you naked? No, you're not. This dwarf just has so much beard they look naked. Well, at least you're a jeweler. All right, well, nice small little migrant wave. Okay, well, Freeways, the manager, is running up here to recover wounded. And Freeways has in fact won the Gold Rush mug. I used to never ask people. People used to just ask me occasionally. But the problem now is if I do it that way, and we talked about this a couple days ago, if I do it that way, what ends up happening is we just get like 150 dwarves named at once constantly, which isn't what I would describe as optimal. Because then I'm just sitting there reading the names of dwarves for 30 minutes, and while that might be entertaining to chat, it's not fun for me. I don't like doing it. I like reading a couple dwarves' names and actually getting to like read it instead of having to just like skim it at power speed and then moving on to the next one. So it's not really a good solution for me personally. So I don't really know what to do. And I don't really want to just put it, I know people are just like, oh, just put it into a document and then just like hand them out randomly and don't read them. And it's like, well, then what's the point of the whole exercise? I just, yeah, I don't know. I'm in a weird like middle ground right now where I don't really know what to do. And I also don't really know what I want to do, so. Had a CD-looking weapon. I think this is something a Google search might be able to find you. Movie where aliens harvest dopamine. Dark Angel? I Come in Peace? Liquid Sky are the three that it's giving me. Oh, actually, this is invisible aliens in a tiny flying saucer. Okay, hold on. Let me read this pitch to you. Invisible aliens in a tiny flying saucer. Wait, I lost it. God damn it. Invisible aliens in a tiny flying saucer come to Earth looking for heroin. Liquid Sky? Is that the movie you're looking for? That's from IMDb too, so like that's real. Yeah, I don't know. There is no fair way of doing it if we do it one at a time with the view counts that I have. It should also be in the description, JJ, of the stream on YouTube anyway. So the problem is we need water or this dwarf's just gonna die. I also need to get these troglodyte bits off this volcano edge. I'm just gonna make a garbage dump here. See, that's a bit long. I'm gonna go to the stock screen and I'm gonna go to body parts and I'm gonna say dump them. And I'm also gonna go to corpses and it's gonna say the same goddamn thing. And I also need to check if they've blocked off that lower cavern layer yet. They Live is a wonderful movie. It's one of my favorite movies ever made. Certainly sounds like a sci-fi original movie. Broker is attending a meeting. Oh, this is great. Everything is awful. Anything John Carpenter is good, prove you wrong. Have you seen Dark Star? 'Cause that movie's not great. I mean, it's watchable, but it's not great. All right, Freeways, sorry, you're immediately getting fired from your job. We're gonna give it to Presme. I like how I swapped the manager, not the broker. Let's give it to Nish, the fish cleaner. You come here and do this, please. I would argue that Dark Star is camp, but it's not a good movie. I could see the argument to be made if you want to insist that it's a good movie, but I don't personally think it's a good movie. That's distressing. Experiment of Tool Swallows Extract. Okay. I'm going to buy buckets. 2 cheaper ones. Because I have no wood. I'm also going to buy the crutches. And I'm going to buy splints if they have any. That is an expensive as hell splint. I am not going to buy that splint. I retract my statement. I will instead buy these 2 pieces of parchment. And the plump helmets. And the fish. And I was going to say the pineapples and stuff, but maybe instead I should just buy that anvil. Steel anvil? Nah, too expensive. Trade then. I don't need the pineapples. Give them a little bit more value. So part of the problem is we are currently hauling food from the basement all the way the hell up here, which is, believe it or not, very time consuming, which is not optimal. I need to hotkey this layer. So this layer right here, pause, is going to be hotkeyed to right here. We're going to go to jobs. I'm going to go to planters. I'm just going to assign 2 planters, I think, maybe a Rende, and let's say 2 other farmers down here. Only selected do this because otherwise dwarves are just going to be running up and down the whole time. And I'm going to make a stockpile. Ooh. Should actually make the stockpile like right here. But I'm going to dig out a stockpile right here. That's what I'm going to do. And this is going to be for food, which they'll do after they're done with that. Or then I'm going to go up here and see if we remove this. Ghosts of Mars is a barely watchable movie. I forget Ghosts of Mars exists. That's how much I'm like, about Ghosts of Mars. I do like John Carpenter movies in general, though. Like, I'll watch Ghosts of Mars. I just don't think it's very good. Aesthetically, it's a good movie. In most other ways, it's not a very good movie. We really need to get this blocked off, dwarves. I realize that I don't have a huge population right now, but, like, we don't need everybody in the entire fort planting seeds. Hello, Walnut. I haven't seen Starman. I like The Fog, but I wouldn't recommend anybody watch The Fog. Or rather, I don't hate The Fog. Better way to put it. There we go. That's sealed off now. How are you doing, Irish Stupid? It's good to see you. The next dwarf seeing the bucket. This is your favorite. So speaking of dwarves resting, ability to stand laws, diagnosis required. Congratulations, UGDPY, you're now a doctor. That tier is now a diagnoser. You're now the jeweler. Oh, actually, no, the jeweler. I don't want you to be a surgeon. I want you to stay a jeweler. Totally, the weaver. You can be a surgeon. You can weave bodies back together. That's a dark statement. And you can be our other thing. The other thing, the very, accurate thing to say. And then splint. I'm going to need splints. gonna jump back down to here, and I'm gonna hit this button, and we are going to send some animals down here. There's a bunch of dead bug bats because my elephants killed them. That's kind of funny. We also get a free goat and a free dog, apparently, because my faction dropped them. What, talking about weird movies? I mean, I do that sometimes every now and again with, like, random kung fu and martial arts movies. I'm not what I would describe as an expert, but every now and again I fall down this rabbit hole of just watching them a whole bunch. Although these, recently, I haven't watched anything particularly interesting, so don't have too much to talk about, to be honest. All right, I think the best thing for me to do right now is to just let the dwarves finish hauling everything away. Jamie Lee Curtis is not somebody I go out of my way to see, to be honest with you. She's not unattractive, she just doesn't really do it for me, personally. If we're just gonna be like, ooh, pretty lady in movie kind of vibe. Jamie Lee Curtis specifically? No. No. I think probably because I'm 29, and when I was watching movies that she was in, she was already, like, older than my mom. So going back and watching movies of her when she's young is like, okay, that's interesting, but it's still, it's weird in, like, the same way it's weird in Back to the Future, shall we say. Thanks for, like, indirectly calling me extraordinarily older than I am. Appreciate it. Like, to give you an idea, my era of, like, celebrity crushes is, like, Emma Stone and Superbad. That's my era of that sort of thing. That have their trunk in water. You have to remove the water. Drain the water is the best way to do that. Go on the internet. And it's not like I have life experience. I'm an idiot who didn't graduate high school, which is true. I didn't, not until later. And worked night shift at McDonald's for 8 years. What life experience do I have? I didn't go to university. That's my life experience. Oh, also I was homeless for a bit. I don't know. I don't consider myself aspirational or like somebody who's had some crazy life experience at all. Doesn't make you an idiot? Bet. School isn't life experience. Eye roll. Okay. If I want French, I will just go to Quebec. I don't need to hear people speak French more than I already do. You know, the being homeless is the thing that gave me my weird-ass perspectives on money. Put it that way. Did I screw this up? I think I did. Because you can't turn on up ramps. Well, that's okay. I can just make a different way up here. To put it simply, when I was quitting my last job, this is a story I tell what feels like every other day. When I was quitting my last job, one of my coworkers at the time looked at me and said, "How old are you?" And I looked at her, and she was, if I recall correctly, was like later high school, so probably like 16, 17. And I looked at her and I was like, "How old do you think I am?" And for clarity's sake, at the time I was 25. Yeah, I was 25. And she guessed 40. So I've spent my entire like young adult life being called old, and dating apps made that worse. Like literally the number of times like I've had somebody match with me on Tinder to tell me that they were reporting me because I am older than I'm saying that I am is like, well, fuck me, I guess. Now I don't use dating apps, and I'm just going to be chronically single forever. Now we're in an ad break. But no, I think people on the internet think I'm older than I am because I play games that old people would play. So this is going to be where water come from here. I guess what I should do before I build this well is just put like 8 cage traps in here. I mean, that's a good thing, Stone. Not that you're assumed siblings with your mom, but... you know, as a young person, it's really weird being, like, having people that are 10, 20 years, 30 years older than me going, it's okay, I feel old too, and stuff like that. Which is also, like, kind of a response I get pretty frequently, where it's like, well, fuck off, man. Like, I don't know how to respond to that positively. Goddamn. Anyway. I think it's because some people like games that require thinking. The ads do, in fact, support me. Gonna tank. What kind of dwarf? You just want happiest dwarf? That's all you want? That would be Olbach or Meng, depending on whether or not you want beard or not. Ouch. That's rough. Like, it's not similar to being called old, but different kind of feel there. Age equal thinking more? Well, I mean, you're, at least for me, right? Like, the reason I like old people games is because I don't see well, right? So as much as I love games like Counter-Strike and as much as I loved games like Dota and League of Legends, I can't be good at them because you need to be able to have a very good visual awareness of an entire map, right? Games like this, it's more about how brain work and less about how game work, you know? So it's less reaction time because my eyes suck. My eyes are terrible. Like, the username isn't a joke. See, here's the thing, right? Matt over on YouTube is describing dating apps like this. I always think of dating apps like going to the movies. If you have low expectations and the movie is just meh, you leave satisfied. If you don't see the movie again, but you had a good time. Let me tell you this. This is what dating apps are like for me. It's like window shopping in a part of town where everything is about $5,000 more expensive than your life savings. And when you do walk into somewhere, they punch you in the head, kick you in the groin, and throw you in the dirt outside and tell you to fuck off because you don't belong here. That's what dating apps are like. Maybe that's what you think of them like, but you at least got to do something. The rest of us just get insulted occasionally, and that's about it. Let's grab Ghana, tank, and Dwarf. Full block is fine. Okay, sweet. Ghana tank is a miner, proficient miner even, who wants to socialize and be creative, and is still uneasy upon seeing a Kroglight's dead body, but is satisfied upon improving mining. Rarely tries to assert herself in conversation, is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, is confident under pressure and thinks that she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and is very humble and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and has an active sense of humor, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at inclement weather. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, values tranquility and a peaceful day, which means I just need to leave you on mining for a bit for you to achieve your goal. You like bituminous coal and aluminum. Oh. And opal and rami fabric and the color carmine. Coffins and ibexes for their long horns and the sight of the bride of intricacies. And when possible, prefers to consume naked moldog, not clothed moldog, and thornback ray and wine and rock nut oil. Well, I'm never making rock nut oil, so you can deal with that. And absolutely hates purring maggots. Me too. You remember the denomination of glitter worshipping a god that I'm not sure what they do. Dating apps are, you are correct. Dating apps are not for building relationships. Dating apps are for selling the data that of you. Dating apps are for selling when you are lonely to marketing companies. That's what they're for. So I need to get to this water with a well. I really, really, really need to do that. Question is, how do I want to do this? I'm gonna go right here, and I'm going to grab mechanic shop. If it doesn't need alcohol, it's not a dwarf. It's like asking, does a human not need water? Like, you might only drink, like, pop and soda, but that doesn't mean that you don't need water. You still get thirsty, right? Dwarves need alcohol, period. In the same way dwarves need water. Or in the same way dwarves need alcohol in the same way humans need water. There we go. Yeah, unless they're undead, basically. Cave wheat, that's the other one. I was like, what is the other thing I need to put into the stockpile? Okay, once this gets built. Is that your secret? You're always thirsty, Suited? I need 3 of these, I think. Well. Say rock. Mechanisms. Dude, 20. Yeah, I don't quite have 20 yet, so they should be able to do that job without an office. Okay. Apparently they can, but we'll see. It's not the long neck, that's for sure. Well, at least you have a secret. I'm gonna see if smoothing all of these walls individually will stop things from coming up. I have a question, AK Vanguard. What's your reasoning for starting extraordinarily complex discussions with a guy who's playing Dwarf Fortress? I'll talk about politics all the fuck you want. I don't live in the US. I live in Canada. So Canada is quite a bit different than the US in a lot of cases. And what do I think about it? I think that we should be socialist. I think that we need universal basic income, and we need to support each other and work together as, countries, not as selfish fuckwads who don't want to do anything except for make as much goddamn money as possible in every single industry that exists. That's what I think. You asked the question. Although I will say I don't like the shorthand for UBI because it, to me, just reads like some sort of disease. Like it sounds like some sort of infection that you don't want. It's like Uranus blisters or something. Cathode, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Sounds like your family has a lot of issues they need to work through on their own time then. Sure, it sounds like a urinary tract infection. Why not? I mean, I was having this discussion with my dad about the future of the planet relatively recently and the tech industry. And my dad asked me, he's like, what's your solution? And I'm like, start saving seeds and buy property in the wilderness. And he laughed. And I'm just like, I'm not joking. Like, but I can't do that because I can't get to the wilderness. But I am saving seeds and growing tomatoes in my closet. So, you know, cost of living. Living on a prayer, Protolore. Bill Gates collecting all the farmland. Rich people gotta collect. Just remember, when it's followed IRL, at least the music will still be decent. The mechanics will suck, though. And you won't have enough dialogue options. We'll channel that down once this one up down here is done. And then I can put a well right here, which I should be able to place right now. Let's see. I'll make it that. Tar cap bucket, and a fancy rope, and a mechanism. And then right here, go cage trap. And cage trap. And I will place 2 walls right here. Here's the thing, Matt Cat, and this is the difference between you and me, I guess, when it comes to the dating app discussion. The thing that you need to realize, if you can actually date, you're doing better than, like, 2/3 of the people on the app. That's the reality you need to realize. If you actually get dates, you couldn't imagine dating without it. Cool. Great. I'm glad it actually works then. I don't know if I read the same types of books as you do. Vanguard. I also have no interest in reading fiction. I'm good. Thank you. Hey, Navy. How are you doing? I generally take myself on dates, yeah. I was like, the fuck else am I gonna do? Other people don't want to, so. All right, working on those. Still kind of got that rolling. That's good. That's gonna speed things up. This is still, well, stuff's gonna get planted in there very slowly. Why so much dating talk? Ask YouTube chat. Well, I hope that you are enjoying the books that you are reading, Protolore. Like I said, I don't really read fiction. Outside of, like, very, very, very short stories. I don't read long-form fiction. I'll put it that way. Hello, Sam. What's up? YouTube being horny on main? What's the point of having main if you can't be horny on it? It's a really happy dwarf, all things considered. Right, well, let's just deconstruct this, because this isn't where I want it. You don't know how to pitch me. Don't. Pitch somebody who cares. Like, at risk of sounding like an asshole, I don't read fiction. The last books and most recent books that I've read are an autobiography, a book about the art of two books about like the art of procedural generation, and a book about engineering and like city planning. And I'm currently reading a book about keyboards, and I'm interested in a book about internet security. I do not read fiction. So if you're writing anything about fiction, I could not give less of a shit. I don't like math, though. I guess it depends. Like, I like books about programming if it's from an artistic perspective. If it's, like, just math, I'm good. I mean, like, I have a secret YouTube channel that I only just kind of started promoting where I read short horror stories, but those are, like, less than 500 words. So I've ended up with this because those troglodytes made these dwarves drop a bunch of their stuff, which is actually not bad. It's like free stuff. Got an iron minecart, a bunch of random gems. Not gonna complain about that. Although it'll probably limit my migrants for a little bit. Hello, Silk Dragon. Internet security sounds... How about this? Lack thereof internet security and how, like, ad spaces are broken. And surveillance state bullshit, you know. Life. It's actually, like, the culmination of a bunch of stories that I've been reading over the years. From Motherboard and a couple other writers. This is literally just like a hole in the wall. What? How is this an aesthetically pleasing fort? I haven't even started yet. Like, literally. Fort hasn't even started. Although the thing that I really need to do is I really need a lava reservoir. I need it to be right here. Oh yeah, I've got 2 secret channels. Well, one, I got the VOD channel, which I just don't talk about much. And then I have a secret channel. But yeah, no, videos are already up there. Like 3 up there. If you go look on the main page of the main channel, you can find it. Goals aren't plural. Just exclamation point goal. To step back into the YouTube conversation for a second here. If you don't own a car, and if you aren't above averagely conventionally attractive and don't want to pay like $100 a month for a dating app, you're fucked. Just period. So YouTube can keep babbling about dating apps all they want, but like literally, that's how that works. We had Darwin Urist making a book. Trying to imagine what Darwin Urist would be like. People pay? Hmm? Why do you think they charge for it? Not in the way that those apps want. Lord. This is like a redundant entrance to the discussion because I can't drive. So looks are irrelevant for me. Screw those apps? Well, then I guess I'll never, ever, 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 ever do anything. It's the beauty of it, right? Fucked if you do, fucked if you don't. Don't get fucked either way. Life sucks. Your missus at college? Yep. I skipped being a young person. Had a full-time job at 16 and was homeless by 19. You know, skipped being a young person. And this is why people think I'm old. And also why I'm in therapy. All right, so we're going to get a lava trench along here. And I'm going to see if we can start mining. Uh-oh. That's... Well, that's unfortunate. Delete the hospital, at least. Kashmir, do me a ginormous favor. Please, for the love of my sanity, never, ever, ever, ever give me dating advice. Just shut up. Not helpful. Enjoy your works, Pele. That's unfortunate. I mean, this is the dwarf that got, like, the crap kicked out of them by a bunch of troglodytes. So it is a shame, but there isn't too much else I can do, really. Welcome back, Montecore. And the emote is not, in fact, back. It's still the same old other emote. You haven't listened to a word that I've said, Matt Cat. So I'm happy that it worked for you. But you also, like I stated earlier, haven't listened to a word that I said, because I said, I'm glad that it worked for you. And your response is like, it worked for me. And I'm like, well, it doesn't work for everybody. And you're like, it worked for me. Okay, what the fuck's your point? I give up. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the dwarf. All right, well, what kind of boulders do we have in here? Baseball, granite. Granite. So these will all melt. Trying to decide how quickly I want to get lava. It's not frustration. It's annoyance that you don't just listen and go, ah, he clearly doesn't want to talk about this. It's more just disappointment and lack of respect. It's like, I don't fucking care if it worked for you. That's not the point. It's we clearly have extraordinarily different experiences on these pieces of garbage that are probably going to kill us as a species. As you can tell, I'm an optimist. That is a plan. That is the plan. Soak Dragon. A realist? So the metals that we have on this map are largely slate. There's one spot of aluminum I've spotted. There's a little bit of magnetite and not too much else. So we are kind of short on resources, which is suboptimal, but it is what it is. Which is part of the reason for the theming of this fort being less direct combat. Either set some dwarves specifically as haulers or do what chat suggested, which is remove other tasks. If you want dwarves to clean up boulders, I recommend making an infinite stockpile for boulders and then attaching a bunch of wheelbarrows to it. I think it might just be me. I don't know if it's necessarily Dwarf Fortress streams in general. My streams tend to get like this. Or can get like this. Because I'm a headstrong person who can be a pain in the ass to be around sometimes. No, I don't watch that many other DF streams. I think it's because DF streams are If I were to guess as to why DF streams are very off-topic and life-talky, is probably because when you're playing a very slow game, it's very easy to get off-topic. Infinite stockpiles, quantum stockpiles. Probably the fastest way to get rid of lots and lots of boulders. Even when you have piles of seeds, are you sure you have the right seeds? Are the seeds accessible? Are they in the right stockpile? Are they close by? And are they in season? I don't know. I'd have to look at them. Usually it's because they're stacked in some barrel underneath a thing that they can't access. So it's hard to like point directly at a problem, usually, without me looking at your fort, because there's like 30 different things that could cause it. They're not bugged. Seeds are not designed to go into barrels, but you can put seeds into barrels. Basically, if you want to cook seeds, they go in barrels, which is why they're allowed in barrels. And I cook seeds all the time. Vast majority of the seeds in my forts usually end up getting cooked. So if they're in barrels, you can't get the seeds out sometimes. They're not bugged. It's actually a design decision. It's just very unclear. And so people refer to it as a bug. It is not, in fact, a bug. It's so that you can easily store them for cooking purposes. Because a lot of us cook seeds, and you kind of should. In fact, you should be cooking all of the seeds that are not your normal, how do I word this? Seeds that are not planted should be used for cooking. So you want to separate your cooking seeds and your planting seeds, basically. There's a lot of intended, not clear features in Dwarf Fort that people call bugs, which will make me tear my hair out until the end of my days. But that's okay. This game needs a better tutorial. But because it doesn't have a better tutorial, my tutorials get a lot of views, which I'm okay with. Seeds, okay. So I will explain this again. Well, though, for the first time today. If you put seeds into barrels. Nerokeys, thanks for the $5. That's the second round of bits of the day. If you put seeds into bags, only one type of seed can go into each bag, right? If seeds go into barrels, they get other things on top of them in the barrels. Bags are stacked horizontally, barrels are stacked vertically. So if you have plump helmet spawn in a bag, in a barrel, 4 meals on top of it, and 2 pieces of meat, you can't get to the plump helmet spawn beneath the other stuff. You can't directly target somebody's dingleberries if that's what you're asking for. Are you asking, can I cut somebody's nuts off in adventure mode? There isn't a button to let you do that. Can it happen during combat? Certainly. But it can happen in fortress mode during combat. Go play Sniper Elite if you want to geld people with your weapons. You're scared to get into it? It's not as bad as it looks. It's just a lot of... How do I word this? I don't know. It's like learning any other big strategy game, really. Which to me means it's not that bad, but for some people it can be daunting, yeah. I disagree with that, retired Navy vet, because those settings kind of already exist in the game. There's a setting that says, do not mix similar types of food in barrels. If you tap that, it'll usually fix it, but it's deep enough into the different menus that I don't bother pointing it out to a lot of people, because it's just easier to tell people how to set up their stockpiles, and then you don't have to worry about it in the first place. So, I don't think it's necessary, because it kind of already exists. But that's also me saying I don't think it's necessary. So, as YouTube and Twitch chat has proved to me a couple of times, it is. I have bad opinions because I play this game too much and know all the mechanics too well. Which, you know, is possible. Some sort of weird form of survivorship bias or something. I don't like the way that looks. It's instead. Twink, twink. I have no interest in Distant Worlds or Distant Worlds 2. So I haven't tried it because I don't want to. Now we're in an ad break. So I will pause the game once I'm done designating all this digging. I hope you enjoy adventure mode, Chatham. I like using the classic stance of make your bins and barrels out of a material that you can melt, and then if you really need to get something out of a barrel or a bin, you can just melt it. Haven't played any for a while. Holding out for an Alpha Centauri remake or sequel? I think you're going to be holding out for a while on that one, dude. I hate to break it to you. I don't think we'll ever see a proper sequel to Alpha Centauri. Nor will we ever see a proper remake of Alpha Centauri, but that's just me being a nihilist. I think like you're more likely to get like some weird community open source thing than like a sequel to Alpha Centauri. Which honestly, I would be intrigued. Somebody made an open Alpha Centauri or some equivalent. I filled out a survey for Twitch recently and I just got a $5 gift card. Neat. Thanks, Twitch. Hope it's a $5 US gift card. Oh, so you enjoyed Civ 5 with an alien skin? Got it. It seems like if you make a floor over lava, and make it collapse into it, it will function like the camel yesterday. It just happened to you. Okay, so you want to know like something that's fun? Glass blocks are not lava safe unless they're constructed. So the reason the green glass floor melted is the same reason that green glass discs melt in lava. Yeah, I ain't playing Aurora. I'm good. I'll tell you this. I like 4X games. I fucking hate streaming them. And often when people ask me about 4X games, they ask me about streaming them. Or that's what they're actually asking, even if they're not directly asking that. So for the sake of discussion, I do not like streaming 4X games. So it doesn't matter how interested I am in them. I'll likely never play them. 4X games. If you know, you know. If you don't, I'm not explaining it. Can we hold wrestling competitions and foot races? Nope. No, those are part of ceremonies and celebrations, which are a World Gen and Legends only thing. Which one day maybe they'll make their way into the game. Yep, that's an understatement, Puppet. I heard that Skull and Bones was a rip-off game. It's a rip-off because it costs way too much money and doesn't have much to do and requires you connecting to servers, which they'll probably turn off in 5 years. I say that as like half of my friends are being paid a lot of money to play that game. Disappointment? You were expecting something good to come out of that? Disappointment implies that you were excited for it or looking forward to it in some way. I don't know. I haven't played Sea of Thieves. It's shitty Assassin's Creed 4 boat combat, so... Hope? I suppose. The only Ubisoft franchise I expect to be consistent or even, like, more than absolute trash these days is Trackmania, but that's because I'm a weird sicko who played Trackmania back in 2007. And if you were also one of those people playing on the 24/7 intergalactic server with nothing but intergalactic blasting in the background and Trackmania Nations forever, well then, hello! I probably played with you. In like 2009 or something, just 24 hours a day, the fucking intergalactic playing. Yeah, but who owns Master of Magic? Versus who owns Alpha Centauri? Yep. J-Muzz, you're probably the person who keeps stating it in my chat. And in the YouTube comments. I am aware. And if I stream it tomorrow, can you promise me not to just sit in my chat and tell me what to do? Not you? Okay. Well, someone with a very similar name to you mentioned it yesterday. Then somebody keeps commenting it on almost every single one of my videos on YouTube. It's like, Keeper RL comes out on this day. It's like... trying the annoy me into playing a game tactic. Little do they know that I'm planning to play it anyway. So instead, it's just mildly annoying. But I get it. They're excited. For reference, I played Keeper RL once, like 3 years ago. So, and it was okay. Kind of bounced off it. And I was like, I'll play this a little bit more later, and then kind of forgot about it. All right, let's see how many more beds we need. Not actually that many. Wow. That's kind of impressive. Making sure these are all claimed.
This
Ah.
Sparta!
I want you to do what you want to do, Crypt Wambler.
Lies. I refuse to believe this nonsense. I also need to figure out where I'm going to put bodies of the dead dwarfs. Kind of have this dwarf here that really needs a coffin. You noticed you doing stairs this time, but last fort was ramps. Is there a way to bypass doors for tombs and bedrooms then? In order for a bedroom to be considered a bedroom in the click drag multi thing, it needs to be an enclosed space. A door makes it into an enclosed space. A wall makes it into an enclosed space, although then you can't access it. And stairs from above would also consider it an enclosed space. So, yes. I guess is the short answer. So that's an actual cage. I want cage traps. Just in case anything climbs up and in here. All right, so do I currently have make rock blocks jobs? Yes, I do. Where is that workshop? It's right here, okay. I got rock blocks going there too. But the other thing I need to get going is a coffin. And I need to figure out where to put coffins. I mean, it's good that your mind's blown. It means that you have one. If you don't have one, then it's hard for your mind to be blown. And it would be bad if you didn't have a mind. Frankly. Okay, so that's good. Going down, going down, going down to there. Going down to here. Go to there. Okay. Keep going down. Go to there. Going down and to there. This one has been blown. Assuming that's a negative, but... Maybe a tundra volcano in a haunted biome. Have fun generating that. Also, that's not weird. Or at least I wouldn't describe that as weird. New to DF, winter had your colony commit suicide by standing on frozen river and it thawed and they got washed away in the aquifer. You don't get washed into an aquifer via a river, but okay. Shem, your tavern keeper, was the only survivor. Did he tell the tales of the great deaths of the early days of the fort? That sounds kind of amazing, I'm not gonna lie. You'll get it done quick. Well, there you go. Where do I want to put tombs? I don't want them to be too far away, but I also don't want them to be too close. It's easy to get caught up in patterns. You know, part of me thinks that my consistent dedication to asymmetry is because some people get really mad about it. It's like, all I need is like one or two people to get really annoyed with me about something. And that's generally enough motivation to keep doing it that way. Which, I guess just proves that I'm kind of a mean person, but... Nah, I don't want to put those there. Don't like it. Organic rooms are cool. Mm-hmm. Just like fair trade coffee is cool. Don't know where to put my tombs. Let's go down a little bit. If I can find a good spot. Ooh, actually, you know, maybe it's a good excuse to, like, mine out this copper. It's probably going to mine all the way up to there. I mean, if I were to do that, maybe I would just do the optimal fort, which is just everything is built in a pillar checkerboard pattern, because then no dwarves ever see each other, and because they never see each other, you get the minimum possible lag. Which is, hysterical and looks extraordinarily ugly. Go to advanced world gen, go to maximum height and minimum height, and then lower it. Or like drastic, if you watch the video I have on, what's the word? If you watch the video that I have specifically covering, big rivers and erosion, that usually generates thinner worlds. I like having super deep worlds, but although having less deep worlds can actually apparently improve your frame rate. Very linear. You plan too much. If you're optimizing Dwarf Fortress, you play the game very differently than me. Where the heck are you going? Okay, you're gonna go this way, probably. I will be back in a sec. I gotta go take a piss.
for everyone!
Putting a hoodie on, 2 seconds. Ugh. I guess Navy, it depends on your definition of the word soon. We're getting it soon in the Dwarf Fortress definition of the word soon. But I wouldn't describe that as actually soon by most people's definitions, right? Like, we're getting the beginnings of the map rewrite soon, yes. But that means that we're getting the beginning of the map rewrite soon, not in the next week or month or 6 months, probably. We get the map rewrite beginning stuff after Adventure Mode is out, so after April. After Villains Part 2 stuff is complete, we don't know when that will be. After Adventure Mode is feature complete, because we're not certain it's going to be at launch, at least initially. It might, but it will be within a couple weeks at the very least, because cabin building might not be in at launch. That will also probably, from what Tarn has said, happen after the Siege stuff comes out to a degree. So soon, sure, maybe in 2 years. Like maybe in a year. Also, we're gonna get it piecemeal, so we're not getting it all at once. So yeah, soon is I guess a relative term. Elon Musk doesn't do anything. He lies a bunch and then doesn't actually do it. So yeah, sure, Elon Musk soon. Except I wouldn't describe anything in Dwarf Fortress as Elon Musk soon, because unlike Elon Musk, Dwarf Fortress developers don't lie about the things they're going to make. They do make them, it just sometimes takes a while. Okay, so I don't want to make 10 cages, I want to make 5. X-Mail? Tell that to Thunderbird. Because X videos was such a huge fucking success. I don't know. I don't take investing advice from me, but I wouldn't invest in scam artists. All right, let's get this dwarf buried. Is X-Mail actually like something completely unrelated once again? It's almost like the name X is so boring and generic that everybody already thought of it. And marketing everything like that just makes you look like an edgy teenager. Is it weird that I really hated Ready Player One? I tried reading the book years ago from the library and didn't like it. And didn't manage to make it through the movie. Wasn't impressed. Okay, so let's get just expert gem cutter here. What kind of gems do we have? Wow, I actually have rock crystals. That's interesting. Let's start off with the onyx opals and the 11 opals. So Noxia, I know how to say the second half of your name, or I'm guessing how to say the second half of your name. I have no idea how to say your whole name. It's kind of, it reads in a way that's like difficult for me to pronounce, but hello, hi. All I know is that the guy who wrote Ready Player One drives a a DeLorean, so he can't be trusted. That's my reason for not being able to trust him. I'm partial to blueberries and blackberries. What type of dwarf would you like? This is the list. Yeah, the only thing Starlink is actually doing in the long term is polluting our space so badly that we're not even going to be able to look at our own planets and our own solar system pretty soon. So, you know, I mean, if you support space garbage, then I guess it works. I'll say that. That's the positive thing I can say about Starlink is that it works. Raspberry if it's schnapps? I'm partial to blackberry because that's what I have in my freezer right now because that's what I have left from what I picked. If I have the start of a military, go here. I have this. I have Clockworks, Mang, and Nish that are in the military, but it's not what I would even describe as the start of a military. But we're not going to have a military. This is just going to be a local guard to deal with things. The goal is to use lava and possibly catapults to defend this fort. So I'm not really planning on having a military. In fact, I might disband this squad at a point, or transition it into a captain of the guard squad. So if you want military specifically, ask for a different fort. Or if you want a craft that'll actually be useful, I could do that. It is possible for the world to be hot enough that they just spontaneously combust. I learned that when I was initially messing around with Advanced World Gen a couple years ago. Local peasant militia, sure. I'm just waiting for confirmation from Kashmir. I have a minor. Oh, I certainly don't have a major. Both my minors are named. Like I said, I can give you one of these dwarves, but just note that they're not actually really going to be military. They're just like, kind of like Presmy said, local peasant militia. So I could give you Mang, who is currently happy enough. Metal crafter. But is not actually going to be, you know, doing much of this stuff. So I'll give you this dwarf. Kashmir Goat has a strong sense of duty, is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He works to square his natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he sometimes can act with little determination and confidence. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he occasionally overindulges. He often tells pointless stories when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees the idea of competition among the most important and would encourage it whenever possible and views cooperation as low ideal and not worthy of any respect. And you're a spear dwarf. You're a member of the Hermetic Law. You're a member of the rumored coven. And you have no friends. Just like me. Too real. We do have another command called Fort, though, so. I love how we're dumping basalt into lava. Should probably, like, turn that off on you, because you don't need to be doing that. Sounds like a cult? Does kind of sound like a cult. Fancy that. I've read both of Tarn's books. And also, he didn't co-author. He co-edited. He edited them with Tanya Short. But yes, those were the books I was talking about. They're also way too expensive. Don't buy them. To quote Tanya Short. I bought them because I considered it work research, so it was a tax deduction. And then my dad stole one of them. I haven't seen it since. Maybe one day I'll get it back from him. can get rid of these because I don't actually want them dumping them in there. I just want them removing them from here, and I figured that would be close enough, but I guess not. I literally just need these boulders out of here. Okay, so who's the most pissed dwarf, and what do you want? Probably saw a bunch of dead bodies. Expedition leader. Same old booze. Ah! Want more food, drink variety. What else do you want? Lack of chairs. You know, honestly, I can relate. I can give you chairs. I can give you chairs, dwarf. That's not too big of a deal. Although I need to get these blocks, these stoneworkers shops out of here, and end these blocks jobs pretty soon. Slap rock. It's actually from like Wednesday last week. I think I forgot to set this one to dump in a direction, so let's cancel this and rebuild it. This is going to be for plants. Plants and drinks. You're gonna make rock pots, basically. I'm gonna get you making rock pots. Just diorite. Take a little bit, but yep. And also when you build walls, they're smooth, which makes them harder to climb, which is a mechanic you'll never figure out unless you play adventure mode. It's like one of the Dwarf Fortress's best kept secrets, I guess. Is walls made from blocks are harder to climb than walls not made from blocks. So this is going to be a dining room, which is going to be connected to this guild hall. This is currently just a gem cutters guild, but it's a place for them to socialize at the very least. We are also slowly bringing more copper ore up here. Something else I'm going to do just so that nothing steals it. I'm going to put a metalsmith right here, although I need to actually set this to be a lava metalsmith. Just because I don't want anything... Magma Forge, there we go. Just because I don't want anything like running off with my anvils. Not that I'm short on anvils, though. We actually have quite a few. And then smelters will go all the way down here on this side. Oh, duh. I feel like I always say I'm going to click the right one and then never click the right one. I'll just make this out of basalt. That's fine. That'll do. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of the fun that I actually get out of this game is from the thing that you just referred to as tedious, Creed, right? If I'm not individually building everything, I don't want to do it. And if it's automated, then I feel like I don't deserve it, I suppose. What ratios do I usually build? Good question. I don't know. Probably about 8 to 10 stills. Although I have a question. Do you have enough stills, or is the issue that you don't have enough materials to brew or enough barrels to put them in? I find that usually the bottlenecks, if you have like more than 5 stills, should be enough for 200 dwarves. But I find usually the bottlenecks is there isn't enough empty barrels or rock pots or glass pots or some other thing. Yeah, no, I have an abnormally weirdly large amount of time. I mean, there's people in my chat that play with Fast Dwarf on at all times because I just don't have the time to play the game. I do wonder how many people, Jody, figured out that from the short that I made. A recent brewing problem was travel time to the stockpile that had dimple cups and barrels. Oh, yeah. No, you should be pretty specific about what goes into your brewing stockpile. Like if it's just like an everything food stockpile, it's likely all of your barrels are just filled with animal fat or something. Unless you have like I generally somebody was complaining about like animal fat and cooking. They're like, "Oh, it shouldn't be default for cooking." It's like, "Yeah, but if you disable cooking of animal fat, then like the vast majority of people who play this game, all of their cooking supplies are just going to be full of, you know, stuff they don't need, basically. You just ripped all the floors off your fort to make blocks from them. Wow. That sounds time-consuming. Hopefully you didn't have to, like, get rid of too much furniture, because that sounds kind of awful. So chat, we're going to let some lava into here in a moment. Here's hoping my dwarves are good enough at this that they don't die in the process. I do have a few more boulders I need to get out of here, but that's about it. And then we're going to diagonally dig into here, right here. Just going to channel this down one layer and it's going to flow in. But I also am going to need something to block this. So let's just use a drawbridge. Yeah, we'll just use a gabbro. That's fine. And the question is, what did I make those? Okay, well, I don't have any magma-safe mechanisms. Or do I care? This is like the question of, do I care if magma crabs can just walk into my fort? Mostly eating dog meat? You know, you need to realize that, like, food people consume is a cultural thing, right? That'd be like saying that you feel bad for people in Mexico who eat, like, crickets. It's what they do. Why would you feel bad for people eating the food that they eat? It's like saying that you feel bad for people in Japan eating a lot of rice. Okay, I mean, it's what they eat. You eat what's available. Could use a green glass grate? Sure. I absolutely could do that. I don't have a glass industry set up. I don't feel like setting a glass industry up yet. I could also use, like I said, a gabbro bridge. But also, grate wasn't the issue. The issue was the materials for the mechanisms. I need a different material for the mechanisms because I don't have any lava-safe mechanisms right now. So the problem isn't the grate. The problem is the mechanisms. I need to specifically make some out of a different material. Being picky about food is a privilege, and in some cases, kind of sad. Not in all cases, but in some. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, why the hell would you have rice? Hello, Tlee. Let's remove those from being forbidden and replace my other dump zone, which is going to go back up here. Or here-ish. That's not the main point of this game. The main point of this game is to have fun and build a narrative in your head. which is why, no, that's not the main point of the game. I mean, getting royalty in your fort changes the game gameplay-wise. It allows bigger wagons to come. But no, the point of getting an adamantine throne is to, spoilers, trick new players into digging too deeply and greedily. That is the whole purpose of it. How's life? It's all right. How's your life? Brainfist, it's good to see you. Do smoky quartz. And pink garnets. Also, chat room, just a reminder, we do have a new emote as of this morning, which is Crypt Bounce, which is a dwarf doing a glorious splat. I mean, just because a lot of people in the world shouldn't complain doesn't mean we don't complain. Stumbled on a clip of mine from a year or two ago, and it was about the fun you had when you dug too deeply. It didn't reveal anything, so you made your first trek to the depths, and it was very fun. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, we did that last night. Well, yesterday afternoon, I suppose. Let's use that slate mechanism. Mechanisms, quality whatever, and then material, Gabbro. Put them right there. All your dwarves had fun? Well, I'm glad somebody had to. Also, another reason why I'm not using a floodgate and why I'm using a bridge here is because fun fact, floodgates can be blocked by boulders. Bridges can't. Then you need to get good Joker of Spades. I don't live in America, so it's not relevant to me. Dance keeps your dwarves healthy and keeping them producing that good blood. That is a weirdly disturbing sentence to me to read for some reason. It's one. Are we going to have this discussion, Gate Elemental? Because I really don't want to. Gotta shut down the fort and re-embark in a different name, I think is what you mean. Why smooth the lava channel? Because it'll bug me later if I didn't. There's no reason. I'm mostly just waiting for mechanisms to pop up there, and it gives the dwarves something to do. Is the dwarf who's gonna dig the last block gonna survive this? Maybe. You never know for sure. Well, I'm proud of you, Gate Elemental. I live in Canada, not America. America is the name of a country. You're talking about a continent. We're discussing different things. But if you tell me that I live in America, two things happen. An argument starts, and usually somebody gets timed out in chat, and then I move on with my day because I refuse to allow people to insult the existence of my country, which is what it always devolves into. So if you want to be an asshole and have this argument again, we can have this argument again, but you're never going to win, and my stance is never going to change. That's also a argument that I see happening a lot in channels run by Canadians. Sweet, I've got 2. I'm gonna unforbid you. Link lever. Oh, come on. Thought I didn't forbid the Gabbro ones. I did. I managed to click all of the buttons. Gabbro, Gabbro, perfect. It didn't escalate quickly. It escalated exactly as quickly as it was intended to. What's up, Harams? Do you want me to start listing people that America created, Polsky? Also, counterpoint. Rush. Any questions? Carly Rae Jepsen, who went to high school with a bunch of friends that I had growing up. Yes. Sideburns. Suited, do you want your first timeout? I got a heavy timeout finger today. I'll give it to you if you want it. Gate Elemental, do you want a timeout? I could just give you that. Like, I don't understand why we need to have this argument. Like, I don't want to time people out. I'm threatening it because I want the conversation to change, right? There isn't a country in Europe called Europe. If there was a country in Europe called Europe, it would be an easy discussion to explain to people. And sweet, this lever's now connected. We can connect the lava flow. There is, however, a band called Europe, which isn't even remotely confusing to anybody. So who's going to be the dwarf who's going to do the digging? Big Bang is going to go do the digging. I don't play... the easy thing to say is I don't play rhythm games, my nerd. I don't particularly enjoy the camera in FromSoft games, so I played Dark Souls 1 for like 7 hours and have never tried another one because I was like, well, that was an extraordinarily unpleasant experience. There you go. Big Bang. I could have channeled it down, but I don't think that would have changed much. The wall is on fire? I don't think the wall is on fire. I think that there's just like a thing that happens when dwarves are on fire that it goes wider than the dwarf actually is. Also gonna lose the copper pick too. Well, we shall create a great memorial for the dwarf Big Bang out of copper and stone. Once I rebuild my stoneworkers because I still haven't done that. It's okay. We've got access to more copper. It's like right there. So won't be too hard to save the pick and get a new pick. Although maybe I could save the pick if I do this. Depends on if it melts or not. I don't actually know. It may or may not. Just need this lever to get pulled. Nope, it melted. Never mind. Might as well just let it fill. This as well I can just hide because I don't care. An extravagant shrine. I was just going to like put a what's it called? A slab right here next to a statue of them, if that works. That's what I was thinking. So let's make a slab first. And also well, let's do a copper statue because that's the best I'm going to be able to do. Thank you for the thought, Rums. Appreciate you, dude. This is true, Vanguard. Their sacrifice does ensure the future of the fortress. Although with the state of the Dwarf Fortress forums, I'm very worried about the future of the fortress, actually. Here, I'll give you the really short version, Gate Elemental. If you are around a Canadian, never under any circumstances refer to them as living in America, or you'll have this exact same argument. That's the short version. Forum still down? Yep, no ETA of it coming back up. In fact, KitFox is putting out bounties to get people to help them to get it back up. So if you're a sysadmin and want to help, there's a thread on Reddit about it. It doesn't matter whether you are referring to the continent or the country. Do not ever tell a Canadian to their face that they live in America, because two things will happen. You'll get yelled at or you'll get punched in the head. That is a very good song, though. Very good song. Shoutouts to Rammstein. I'm not French. And not all Canadians speak French. So if you call me French, that's just wrong. That's fine. That you're in Brazil and you just want to give out booze and party, that's fantastic. But I have respect for the naming conventions of a country and realize that our neighbors stole the name of the entirety of the goddamn fucking continent. All right, we're going to engrave this slab with Big Bang's name. We're gonna start smelting copper. I'm only going to do it at 1. You died, yes. You died to this. Died in the digging. I would say it's more of an accent thing. As somebody who's been to Quebec, most people I run into in the big cities in Quebec aren't even from Canada, let alone French Canadian. Although, if suddenly I am French Canadian, then do I also get the massive tax breaks that they get on literally everything for existing because they put our entire government into gridlock whenever they don't? Or... I actually really like Quebec. Quebec's a nice place. Very pleasant place. Lots of fond memories of Quebec. All right, let's go. Furniture, copper, statue. Big Bang. Need to make sure that it's the right Big Bang, though. Okay, is there a reason why dwarves don't show up in the dead and missing screen at all anymore? It's actually, like, kind of annoying. What's your last name? O-L? Lingutid. Okay. No, he's been missing for 7 days. I'm just making sure I'm typing in the right one, because there's several that have been alive in this world over the years. It doesn't matter if we end this conversation here or not. At the end of the day, my opinion isn't going to change, and people keep bringing it up. So no, your dwarf was the second one to die. The first one to die died in the hospital because it took me too long to get the well up and running. Chat demands I save, so I save. No, the were if they bit the were giraffe, they're okay. If the were giraffe bit them, they are not okay. I mean, I'm done with the conversation. I just wanted to state the last like chunk, which is my opinion ain't changing, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, as long as they're not bit by a were creature, as long as they don't have the they got bit by them thing in the combat log, they're fine. Honestly, for me, the were moose is scarier. But then again, I don't know. Giraffes seem more docile and derpy than moose to me. Moose seem maniacal with murder on their minds, planning to take you out and the thing that you're inside of, building, house, car, shipping container, whatever. Also, I need drinks, so. Brew drink from plants, and also might as well brew drink from fruit, because it's there. Silver hammer is better than were giraffe? I don't know about that. Weapon doesn't really matter. It's more about dodge. It's like, can they consistently dodge? That is more important than, like, weapon. Oh no, that's Route 2. I need to add a stop to this. Also, thanks for all the follows. Weirdly large amount of follows today. Okay, so Weresloth? The full list of them is on the wiki. I'm debating on some. Okay, you know what? We're actually gonna do this. I'm gonna go pot. It should be under here. There it is. And barrel. I'm gonna add pots and barrels into here, which means I'm actually gonna need to change the bottom one as well. Well, actually, I don't need to. I could just set it as unload, but. Actually, there's maybe I don't want to do this. Well, okay, I do want them in this stockpile, but I don't actually want to. I don't actually want to load them yet. So what I'm going to do is you are going to go north when empty. And then down here, I'm going to load from here. You're going to load, I'll just say plants. And so you're set to load. You're going to go north when full. Let's actually lower the number of days. Let's just do 10. Are the animals still down in the caverns? Yep. No, they haven't moved up yet. I mean, I don't really have anywhere I can put them, so. Wait, when you say animals, you mean my livestock, right? Because yes, they are all still down here. We currently have a baby elephant, though, so that's actually a new shift in things. Just a habit you got from RimWorld. You don't. So you need to get better at managing your dwarves, right? So you need to remember, RimWorld is a strategy game. Dwarf Fortress isn't really that type of game. RimWorld markets itself as being like Dwarf Fortress just to sell more copies, but largely that isn't true. Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld are very different games. As in, RimWorld is a strategy game about min-maxing movement in dwarves and your pawns, whereas Dwarf Fortress is more of a god game in that kind of sense, where you don't really have direct control. And if there's stuff everywhere and it's annoying you, you need to learn how to manage that. James B, thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Appreciate you. You don't work in the tourism industry anymore? The amount of tourists that freaked out and caused fights in restaurants when they were docked off of cruises. Why? What? I mean, you can just slaughter them. I usually would just use Mark's dwarves at range through a wall because it's safer than just sending in your military. Okay, so this is going to go directly south. So I'm going to edit this stockpile. And I'm going to put a single tile right here. And go right here, and grab you, and go south by one. Right there. Ah. Screaming about how the communists took over Maine. What's funny is where I live, we actually have a communist party. The last demonstration they did, they were estimating that 5,000 people were going to show up. 6 did. So, you know, it's just that I find that kind of funny. Socialism is not communism, and socialist agendas is not communism. Jesus Christ. One of these years, people will figure that out, and it'll be a good year, because then my blood pressure will go down slightly. Let's just set up more, whoops, not blocks. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to edit my stone use, and we're about to get hit by an ad. I will pause the game when we get hit by the ad. I go to stone use. I'm just setting it so that all of our I'm just setting it so that I don't have to worry about my stones that are going to be used to make steel get used. Chalk, dolomite, limestone, and marble. There we go. Hi, New. I'm blind. You just had a giant brawl in your tavern and you have no idea what happened. Do you have tavern keepers assigned? Tavern keepers will give dwarves more than they can handle, and that can cause fights. Although, that can also be a positive. The even funnier like political demonstration we had here recently, though, Protolore, is there is a like fascist party as well. Less than a dozen people showed up in support, and 800 people showed up to counter-protest. It was I didn't go to it, but I did hear about it, and I saw a photo on a local tabloid the day after, and I was like, wow, awesome. Like, that's funny. Also, it was like in the middle of the pandemic too, which is why I didn't go. I would have gone in and counter-protested that just for fun, but like, That's pretty amusing. I didn't feel like standing in a crowd of people. If you dig back far enough into the cavern, into the combat logs, usually it'll tell you, Presme. And if you have a captain of the guard set up and a prison system, they will get a charge for brawling under the influence, usually. I would say everybody in Dwarf Fortress is a communist because there is no functioning economy, period. It's entirely a barter system and nothing costs anything anywhere in the world, at least in this version currently. So, shrug. They exist everywhere. Nobody cares about them and there's very few of them, but they exist everywhere. You could outwalk a wereslug. I don't know. What happens when the wereslug stands up? I would like some sort of economy, but I don't want it in Fortress mode for dwarves. I like dwarves being like crazy anarcho-communists, you know? That's when you know that you're truly doomed. I saw the most recent instance of something weird standing up that I have seen was the helmet snake stands up. I've also seen anacondas stand up relatively recently, but I can imagine that, like, you know, big snake. Okay, so I need a office for my manager pretty badly. The question is, where do put it? Where do put it? I also need to put a trading depot right here. Is this gonna be big enough? No, it's not. God damn it. Rumbles. So this is our memorial to Big Bang. It's an exceptionally designed image of Big Bang, the dwarf, and low boots in copper. Big Bang is admiring the low boots. He likes shoes. Definitely was a sneakerhead. Was lover of low boots. Reads in memory of Big Bang. Rest in peace, Big Bang. And we're going to start encrusting furniture with gems, which means probably these tables are going to get a bunch of gems encrusted in them. Because we do still need tables for everybody. Why did you make you do what? I didn't make you do anything. I'm the one who's like actively on record saying I think haunted biomes are annoying. Not like hard, just kind of annoying. So you made you do that. I take 0 credit for your silly decisions. I feel like I should have a statue in between each one of these. Oh, of course it's mechanisms. Always mechanisms. Ah, you were too busy waiting to see if you could to stop and think if you should. Although I would say that a haunted tundra on a volcano would be significantly less painful than a what's the word? Than a haunted like tundra without a volcano, because at least you have a volcano, which is a very easy way of killing all of the baddies. This is gonna take a while to get down here, but assuming it's probably right there, right? Most certainly. Hey, look, we got instruments. Check if those are placeable. No, they're not. Okay. I mean, the volcano will allow you to be able to, you know, just unexist the enemies with relative ease. How are we doing on copper? We got 33 copper bars. Not a bad start. What else do I have? Do I have anything else I can melt or smelt? Native copper. Yeah, just metal object. Okay. I'm a little bit stuck on exactly what I should be working on in this fort currently. Because, like, actually, I know what I should be working on. I should be setting up an office for that dwarf, like I said I was going to do, and then didn't. So it's a matter of where do I put the office? I want to put something up in here eventually, but I don't want to use that space up just now. Let's start with simple things first. I don't even have like my manager fully set up yet. So like obviously, like I mean, my brain is just rattling through all of these like big cool plans I could do, but for some reason I'm having a really hard time getting going in this fort. I don't know why. Dwarf you? Well, I mean, we could do that. What dwarf you want? Brrr. We have a... I don't know why I sounded like Chewy. I was going to say, we don't even have, like, multiple pages, so you can see them all in one nice list. Pro tip, Protolar. Dig one tile straight underground wherever your wagon is. Dig out a square that is, like, 8 by 8. While you're doing that, deconstruct the wagon and make a... what do you call it? While you're doing that, deconstruct the wagon and make a carpenter's shop. Use one of the logs from the wagon to make a hatch cover. Deconstruct the carpenter's shop. Tell all of the dwarves to be burrowed underground, and then turn on the burrow after you've built the thing above ground. Have one chunk of the burrow allow for the dwarves to go up and down to bring everything that was in the wagon underground, and then lock the trapdoor. That's how you start a haunted biome. And you stay underground until your first microwave. And then you lock them underground. And then you just keep doing that. It hasn't been around for 6 months. It's been like or maybe a month since I brought it back, but one of these days I'll get it. You'll take the broker? Okay. I would prefer a fixer, but you know. Napalm. Oh. Side Bernies. Napalm has a very calm demeanor, but is currently more rude, is quite polite, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Is assertive and tends to consider what others think of her. Isn't particularly ambitious and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Can handle stress and occasionally overindulges. By the way, you are in the military and are probably going to stay in the military and are probably going to be removed from being a broker at some point. Just a heads up. She values self-control and she tends to hang on to grievances. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally greatly respects the shrewd and guileful and values knowledge and decorum and dignity and proper behavior, like steel, golden barrel, and oak wood. You're a member of the Veiled Halls, of course, and a member of the Faith of Convenience. Me too. I have faith in convenience. It's like a religion started by Amazon or some shit. Feels grouchy after drinking the same old booze. Checks out. She is quite polite and doesn't mind wearing something special. I like this dwarf. You did have to go to the hospital. You were brought to rest once by a bone doctor, but you have no health problems. So I guess you had some sort of broken something or another at one point. That or it's like the Church of 7-Eleven. I would rather go to a church run by 7-Eleven. So where do I put this office? I'm shinking that we put the office like right here. For the manager. I can also prep the mayor's office space. It's kind of at the entrance. I mean, this is going to be the front door for traders. Do something like this. Let's prep a few offices, you know. That'll be the mayor's dining room behind the offices. Yeah, I mean, it's the faith that you have out of convenience. It's the convenient one. Sure, Protolore. Also assuming I've heard of it. No idea what or whom that be. What, the religion out of convenience? Sounds like most Christians. I don't deny that. What is it? If I can ask. Like, what kind of music is that? Rock? I would state that that's not really a genre, but okay. Sure, but like what kind of rock? Are we talking about like classic rock? Are we talking about psych rock? Are we talking about hard rock, light rock, pop rock? Are we talking about pop punk? Are we talking about punk? Are we talking about hardcore punk, hardcore, or post-hardcore? Are we talking about metal? Or are we talking about something that isn't metal? What is it then? Because like rock encompasses a lot of things. How much does it cost to buy a dwarf? I don't sell dwarves. So it's... Thanks for the $5, old Choppy. I ages ago, we tried to do the, like, you can tip me to just get a dwarf thing. And that went sour and chat started yelling at me about it within about 15 seconds. And I don't really have the desire to implement a system where people can buy a dwarf. I also am aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you have no way of getting a dwarf right now, which kind of isn't optimal, but I'm kind of like between being willing to be diplomatic on it right now. But thank you very much for the $5 super thanks, and I'm glad that you found the 7-hour guide video helpful. I mean, the 7-hour guide video it's like a compilation of other videos I made, right? So it was just content that I had, and people asked me enough times to re-upload it all in one big video that I just kind of did it at a point. Goth rock? Not a lot of things are actually goth rock. Some new wave. Actually, here's a better way of describing it. Rather than giving me a genre, name 3 bands that they are similar-ish to. Like, when you're saying goth rock, are you meaning like Joy Division? Or do you mean more like His Infernal Majesty? Like, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about the stuff that the 13-year-old girls listen to because they want to go be like whiny and sit in the corner and cut themselves? Or are we talking about like different kind of Baltimore Devin? I might like it. I don't know. I like that kind of music. So I've even had run-ins with His Infernal Majesty in the past. As a person who was a whiny teenager at one point in his life, yeah, I could get behind that. I don't know what Ghost is. I would actually call a lot of current Ghost like pop rock even. I guess maybe Jealous, maybe goth rock in subject matter. But seriously, old chappy, thank you very much for the $5. Greatly appreciate it. I don't know, the way my Stoned Hobo, who is the biggest Ghost fan I know, who's one of my moderators, the way he describes Ghost is they are if the Beach Boys were way into Satan. That's how he describes Ghost, and I refer to Ghost as like my generation's Kiss. So I don't know what the fuck Ghost is. I don't mind them. I've seen them live. They're fun. They're a fun show. Their songs are fun, but also, if I were to call something pop metal, I would probably, I know this is more scene or like art. If you ask the wrong person with the wrong opinions, they'd say post-hardcore, but I would say something like Falling in Reverse or Escape the Fate. Pop rock, or pop metal, rather. I mean, Ghost started off as a black metal band, so like, yeah, I don't really know how to identify Ghost half the time. Have they placed that track vehicle yet? Most of the dwarves are actually taking a break, and it seems like Titan is over here leading a gem setting demonstration. I actually have no workers in the guild just yet. Should probably increase the value of this a little bit. I was kind of hoping. What are you currently encrusting? Bags. Okay, you know what? Let's just this. Move you up here, where this furniture just happens to be. It's nice when that works out. Hey! I'm glad things are balancing out. Jewelry shop right here. I just want to get these tables and chairs that are sitting right here encrusted with gems. I don't know if I guess to me, the Cure is just classic rock. So it's like hard to think of the Cure as anything else. But I also don't listen to the Cure that often. Also, most of the goth music I listen to is like post-punk, so it's a lot of like synth stuff. Like I would, to a degree, call Boy Harsher goth, and I listen to quite a lot of that. Your big issue seems to be population, but you picked a spot like 4 days from your civ. Wait, that's not that far. 4 days is not far at all. I use bins for certain things, yeah. I use bins for clothing storage and craft storage and such, but I usually, if I am being careful with my bins, I usually make sure that bins are primarily made out of copper or metal, which is probably what I'm actually going to do in this fort. And the reason I try and do that, I'm just looking for furniture, there it is. And the reason I tend to do that is I find that bins mostly work. The majority of the time, bins work. If a bin decides to not work, what ends up happening is you just have a bunch of stuff in a bin that you don't want in the bin and you want to be able to get it out of the bin really quickly. And my method of being able to get it out of the bin really quickly is simply melt the bin. So, you know, you do what works for you. Fire snakes can burn anything that isn't lava safe, yeah. This is, in fact, in the same 2 world as the last 2 forts. Shit posting. Just thankful you found my content, and honestly, you would have given up on DF without my guides. I do actually, you know, there's 2 things that I think is really interesting. One, my view count and subscriber count and, like, YouTube views, like, directly correlate with Dwarf Fortress sales. And I genuinely wonder if my channel, like, in a world where my channel didn't exist, I wonder what the Dwarf Fortress player base would look like. Would it be noticeably different or not noticeably different? My knee-jerk response is it wouldn't be that different, but I do wonder. If you're talking about linking music that you wrote, yeah, you'd put it in the self-promote room. If it's music in general that you didn't write, Protolore, you can just put it in the music room. I did actually have to scold this one kid who just kept on, like, posting links to their own SoundCloud and then adding random people and asking for comment. It's like, stop it. It's not what this Discord's for. And they're like, I like your content, and I haven't seen them since, which is weird. Blocks. Let's specifically make you out of slate, because I like slate and there's a lot of it. And this is going to be the manager's office. Well, then you're not self-promoting if you're promoting a friend's music. Not to dive into semantics too much, but, like, being honest with you, like, that's not self-promotion then. But I don't know. You post it where you want. Thank you, Judosi. Also, yes, we named this fortress Subtlescribe because chat wanted me to name a fortress Subscribe. My logic can keep talking. Well, there you go. Waiting for these to have gems on them. Come on. There we go. We have a slate table with gems on it now. Excellent. How about a throne? Do I have a throne yet? Nope. Oh, wrong setting. This is going to be the manager's office. Surprise me. And if there's a where it's a lichen Subtlescribe, I would liken that joke to a groan. Put it in the music room. There's a reason I said the music room. You gotta scroll down further. Off topic is just for whatever the fuck. You did post in the music room. You're good. But ironically, the getting started video, if you're referring to the one that's just like a 30-minute video, Kid Fox commissioned that video for me. Like, I probably wouldn't have made that video if they hadn't. I'm not going to play it on stream. I never play anybody's music on stream. I don't care if it's copyright or not. Doesn't matter. Do not do it. Will not do it. Will never do it. So stop asking. You can post it in my Discord all you want, and I'll probably give it a listen after stream if I remember, but I'm not going to play it on stream. I'm definitely. I would say it's very easy for me to believe that I'm responsible for a few thousand sales. Considering, like, multiples of my videos got a lot of views in that first week. Well, I mean, you saying give it a try is very much asking me to play it. But just so that we're clear. So now we can finally get accurate counts for everything, which is good. We can keep doing that. And we can start placing tables and chairs. Woman the Easy Way was authored by an elf. Oh gosh. One of my favorite like series of books that I ever got written. Uh-oh, camera died. I try turning it off and on again, see if that fixes it. Or unplugging it and plugging it back in. Those are generally my two strats. I might need to change the battery on it. Yeah, I gotta unplug it and plug it back in. Give me a sec. Hey, there we go. Maria me? Trying to figure out how to say that. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate you. Literally just waiting for you to encrust one of these tables. Why are you doing... Oh, fine, fuck it. I will just put tables then. Whatever. I'm not gonna wait. And I'm too late, far too lazy to do give and take stockpiles. 1 year into the fort, dwarves get tables and chairs and a dining hall. And this dining hall is going to be connected to that gem cutter's hall. Oops, wrong button. You, right here, get connected to the Mountain of Oils, which is a terrible, terrible name for a gem cutter's hall. Let's call it the Creek of Heart. Nah. Gems. There you go. The Mountain of Gems. There we go. It's better. That I can roll with. With Windrose is very fitting. I greatly dislike Windrose because I've seen them live and it was one of the worst, like, displays of live music I've ever seen. It wasn't as bad as some bands, but it was very not good. Why did I go with an early Gem Cutters Guild? I felt like it. Thought it'd be fun. Have some high quality gems for once. I normally go with Weaponsmiths Guild. I mean, if you start off with an early guild of anything, that ends up usually being your primary job for your dwarves and actually makes you get less guild demands later down the line, I find, if you just start off with a couple, because then all the dwarves end up sitting there and like joining that guild, and that becomes their primary skill pretty quickly. Assuming you actually have a decent number of dwarves actually doing those tasks as well, which I find to be convenient. Speaking of convenient, this side is going to be our gems industry. Just wondering if they'd placed all the track vehicles yet. Yes, they have. You have a single plant barrel in here. I'd like to see this thing get pushed. But the other thing I need to do is we need more rock pots. Are we still making rock pots, actually? Nope. Okay, well, let's make some rock pots. Rock pot. Whoops. Pot. 100. It's a nice round number. And granite rock pots. I'm gonna go for you, those of you who really like symmetrical stuff. I'll make you happy for once. That sounds like a massive waste of iron, but I guess you could do that. Or just make glass windows encrusted with gems, or gem windows in general. In general? Uh-oh. Okay, so the next thing I gotta do is copper pick. We'll just make 10 of those. And copper throne, copper table. Everything from in here is going to get moved into here. The guild is going to get moved to back here. And this is going to become a tavern, probably. Doctor guild halls are a really good way to start off and get a lot of talented doctors right off the bat. I will agree. Doctoring guild halls are a really good way if you want to get a lot of good doctors right off the bat. I absolutely agree with that. Making crystal glass. Apparently I have rock crystal, which means I just need to be careful to not cut them all, but apparently this fort has rock crystal. To get less demands, make sure that they're all met before they make them. They're gonna get demands. There is nothing to do that you can do that'll get you less demands, technically. But what you can do is you can just simply make sure that the needs are met alongside of them getting asked for in the first place. I don't know in regards to... I know it trains up doctoring because there's separate ones for every doctoring type, right? Because I think, like, isn't doctoring just, like, generic doctor skills, which is, like, diagnosing and something? Hold on. Let me, like, look at what the actual skills are. Yeah, because it's diagnosis, surgery, bone setting, suturing, dressing wounds, feed patients. I don't know, actually. That's a good question. Anyway, I'm going to set diagnosis to just be everybody on orderlies. Oh, by the way, in the beta branch, you'll be able to customize the default jobs, which is, I know, a feature a lot of people are waiting on or want. Maybe they will train everything? Possibly. But I've also had them, like, request stitches, guild halls, and stuff. We're in an ad break. I'm going to make myself my final coffee top up. I will be back momentarily. I also want to see if it's still raining outside or if it's started snowing again. You know, I gotta say, the weather outside right now is more bipolar than me than me after a manic bender, and it's kind of wild. It's like there's no snow on the ground anymore. There was this much snow on the ground when I woke up. It is, I think, hailing, but also like extraordinarily windy, so it's kind of hard to tell. It might be snowing. I don't know. And it's 3 degrees Celsius outside, so it's like above freezing too. What is the benefit of connecting a dining hall to a workshop? You can't connect a dining hall to a workshop. I connected a dining hall to a guild hall. So this is now considered part of the guild hall, meaning it increases the value of the guild hall and it causes dwarves to eat here, which prioritizes them going to the guild hall. What is customized default jobs? If you press Y, you have a bunch of default jobs. These are all of the defaults, right? And you can make custom ones by adding a new work detail. Customize the default jobs means you can click on the default job and click on this gear. And if you scroll down, it shows you what jobs are actually part of that job, and you could change them and rename them. That's what customized default jobs means. So, like, as an example, engravers only counts for stone engraving. What if I also want them to do stone carving? And I want to rename it from engravers to engraving and carving or whatever. That's what that means. I've also noticed that your scholars and scribes learn diagnostic skills in the library. Probably because you have a bunch of books on diagnostics, if I had to bet. I mean, I used it a bunch the first week I had it, and I kind of stopped. I don't know. Although that's not the kind of management that I really do very frequently. But I might start again. We'll see. Yeah, it's okay. Drinkable. Because the dwarves can actually learn skills from the stuff that's in the hospital. Got 59 copper bars left. So this over here may also end up being a glass industry because I'm building this trench to be able to get the lava over here. But what this is going to be initially is it's going to be a gems industry. So I'm going to put a bunch of like stockpiles for gems over here, small stockpiles. I'm also going to put a couple furniture stockpiles just so that we can get like tables and thrones and stuff encrusted easier. Let's just use granite. Plentiful. Lightning and thunder? I heard thunder last night. That or it was like a car crash or something, but I'm pretty sure it was thunder. It sounded like thunder. Haunted and terrifying. So every different type of biome has like expected threats. I hesitate to say difficulty because you could settle in a calm biome and immediately die to a hippopotamus. But for the normal biomes, it's calm wilderness and untamed wilds. For good biomes, it's serene, mirthful, and joyous wilds. For evil biomes, it's sinister, haunted, and terrifying. So terrifying being the untamed wilds equivalent. Are we in January or July? It kind of feels like February. Well, it feels like April here, not February. Rather, it feels like April here. I was saying February because I was staring at the word February. You ever have that happen where you're staring at a word that you see somebody that you saw somebody write, and then you say that one out loud, even though you were intending on saying a completely different word? I do that way too often. Thinking one thing, saying the other. Sinister forts are very tame. They're calm. Sinister forts, you'll usually get like weird sounds and like occasionally like a creepy crawler. Like a sinister fort is like you paid $25 to go to the pumpkin patch on Halloween, and you get to walk through the ghost hallway, and it's just a tarp with some ghosts hanging up and a guy at the end dressed as Dracula going blah, and that's about it. Whereas like a terrifying biome is like watching The Grudge while tied up and getting tickled, and also getting punched in the head repeatedly. Let's go down to here and say, once this stuff's done, start mining this out. I gotta be careful because I don't want to mine all the way to the edge, but it might. I have to, well, okay, it'll probably mine over there, which is all right. Yeah, or raining vomit 24/7 while, you know, you're also getting invaded by something. Where was that iron deposit? Because I know there's an iron deposit there somewhere. There it is. Probably pretty small, but I'm gonna mine it out anyway. Pink gems. And then there's also stuff down here. Oh, what was that? Hey! Found another magnetite cluster. Found some more. There's some copper. Some copper. Bunch of gems that are inaccessible. And there we go. Let them do that. Half joyous, half tearing. It was fun seeing raining blood and fluffy wamblers moving. Yeah, those are always fun biomes when you can get them. Those are always fun biomes when you can get them. Which one corpses animate? They're not guaranteed to animate anywhere. There's like 20-something different things that terrifying biomes can do. Same with haunted. I'm pretty sure haunted biomes can animate sometimes. It's just really rare. But if you want, like, resurrecting biomes, there is no guarantees, but terrifying would be the one you want to settle on. Also, terrifying biomes are just really tedious because it's like, it's basically, if you're going to butcher your livestock, you need, like, to do it in your barracks so that your military is right on top of it so that they stab the whatever that comes back to life to death. It's like, in theory, a lot of fun. In actual practice, I don't know. They have their moments. I mean, nothing really happens in calm biomes, so sure. And by that, I mean nothing really happens in, like, sinister biomes. So sure. Let's go jeweler. Jeweler. And jeweler. Talking about iron ores when you were a kid, and he'd start asking me which. Oh, that's kind of neat. I mean, it's pretty. I do wonder how much like metallurgy is an interest amongst like current generations of youngsters. Like for me, I had a brief stint of being interested in like various alloys and ore and stuff like that.
It's helping me get through some tough times with family recently.
No problem, baby Blueford. Happy to help. Although I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing to help aside from just existing, so happy to exist and provide you noise in your ear hole. I mean, for me, I had a brief interest in those things when I was younger, and that was primarily due to the fact that, like, blacksmithing was a thing that I watched quite frequently. Oh, my camera fucking up again. Give me a second. I think I need to replace the battery in it. Because it is a GoPro, and it does run out of batteries sometimes, because it does use power faster than it uses battery. I need to remember where I put them. Oh, I know where I put them. Hold on, let me swap the battery in this camera. Technical difficulties. Yeah, wide frozen blinds. All this talk about glacier biomes. I mean, you can sit by too. You don't need to stand for technical difficulties. Not like I'm playing a national anthem or something. Hey, there we go. In conference, and he says he's always at least 20 years younger than everyone else. What kind of repairs, like, out of curiosity? Because the guy that fixed my washing machine when I was having issues with it looked like he was younger than me, so I'm sure there's exceptions to every rule, but have I ever done blacksmithing? I took a class when I was 12. Have I since? No. Expensive watches. Oh, okay, that explains why everybody's a billion years older than him. That makes perfect sense. I mean, I know what you mean, Jody, because I got through years and years and years of real life bullshit by just putting a stream on in the background, so I know what you mean. It's the reason I'm still subscribed to Cat on Mars, even though I watch his stream twice a year now, and that's just simply because he got me through, like, I don't know, 8 years of night shift. Maybe not quite 8, but... I would love to watch somebody repair YouTube, because then YouTube would function correctly all the time. Just like I would like to watch somebody repair Twitch. I know that's not what you meant, but I saw a pun, so I had to run with it. But yeah, I mean, that's where I would probably, that's where I would assume most of the young people would be, is on like TikTok repairing watches. But I don't know. I watch cassette deck repair YouTube, and that's equally old people. You said a joke? Oh, I didn't notice it. Probably because I'm blind. Ha! Okay. Now all that's done. It's going to set you to cut gems. I'm going to set you to cut gems. I'm going to set you to be only this person who's good at this shit. And you are going to encrust furniture with gems. Got somebody, that's for sure. What are most of these dwarfs doing? That's the question. A lot of putting crap away. Turns out. They're literally just carrying these pots over. I should probably move this. Actually, I should probably put a crafts dwarf shop up here for the rock pots. And the reason I should do that is that there's a chance that they'll just get, you know, encrusted with gems or something. I wish I could tell them to not encrust bags, because bags like studded with gems is just weird to me. Copper. How much copper ore do I have? 57. Okay, so let's do 50. Native copper ore. 50. I think that also a lot of those interests come from repairing the things that you own. And a lot of the things that young people own, and by young people, I mean young people that are younger than me, can't be repaired. So if you're not able or legally allowed to repair something, where is the interest going to come from? I don't think it's got anything to do with own something? Exactly. I don't think it's got anything to do with someone doing something longer. I think that that interest naturally arrives when you have the ability to do it, right? Hello, Sims. I still prefer Twitch as a platform for streaming, but I do it on both because I can. Life hack is such a dumb term. I'm going to put that on my gravestone, which I won't have because I don't want a gravestone. But I stand by that statement. Are life hacks still a thing? Were they ever a thing? You're not going to give me a funeral because you're not going to be invited to my funeral, Protolord. Also, I don't want a fucking funeral, period. What the hell? Waste of goddamn money. The amount of recent headache I've had to go through from relatives passing away and, like, family members worrying about organizing funerals is just like, God. Okay, so furniture. Tables. Thrones. Coffins, doors. Minecarts, why not? Statues. The windows. Material and quality don't matter. Waste of space, yeah. Enemy. So wait, hold on. If being buried is selfish, then would being drowned be shellfish? I mean, life hacks are just early SEO. That's literally all it is. Which is why I ask, were they ever really a thing? Because it's just early SEO. Should just made those 4s. To the Pungeon with me? Mate, you're in the Pungeon. We've been over this. You have to be buried? I like what my Oma wants. She wants us to throw her off of a mountain. Rest in peace, old lady. Not quite literally, but she wants to be sprinkled on top of a mountain. Which is, you know, fair. I could relate to that. How viable is a full dodge parry mode and adventure mode without a shield for very small creatures? I have no idea. Probably not. I mean, if you're a very small creature, being a very small creature isn't really viable because you can't carry enough food to not die. So if you want to be a kobold, good luck. You kind of need a giant mount to carry all of your stuff on. And then giant mount is going to be better at combat than you ever will be. Although something that I really want to do, like the week adventure mode comes out, not really as a serious build, but like a goofy build. How in the world did this Drothla get in here? Oh, actually, I know exactly how this Drothla got in here. I know exactly how this happened. Found it. Actually, hold on. Are we collecting webs? No. Well, here's hoping no idiots have run off into the caverns because, well. How tall is one block? There's a lot of debate about that, but I think it's somewhere between 2 and 3 meters. There isn't like any concrete statement as to how tall a block is. It's tall enough that a dwarf has to climb it. But anyway, the thing that I really want to try doing in adventure mode the first week is I want to embark with like, I don't know, 8 to 10 goblins with as high a wrestling skill as possible, all with knives, and then just see how much mayhem I can cause before everybody dies. Because they won't starve to death. They won't die of thirst because they're goblins. So just like goblin army rampage, let's go. Just be like a raiding party of goblins and see how much chaos I can cause. Just dodging around in and out of things. No, I mean, it's tall enough for a dwarf to stand up straight. You don't need to worry about your dwarves getting back problems. I think I have too many smelt native copper jobs. What do you think? Like, everybody's just smelting native copper. I think I'm just going to make my life easy for a second here and just be like, nope, just stop. There's other things that need to be done more, such as pushing this track vehicle, apparently. Let's actually just double check. It is empty. Sweet. I have a spin on this forest cemetery idea. Why don't we just plant trees? Like, why does everybody need a reason to plant trees? I don't get it. So my elephants are fighting with Drothlas. Where are you heading now? There you go. That's what I need. Can you be a merchant and trade? Not really. What you can do in adventure mode is kind of what you, at least not in current versions. That might change. I mean, it is definitely possible things could change before adventure mode comes out on premium. But the easy thing to remember is, I have something in a cage. The easy thing to remember is what you get to do in adventure mode is what dwarves and visitors do when they visit your fortress. That's what you can do in adventure mode. So when you get a bunch of bards, those are basically adventurers. When you get like a musical performance group asking to join your fort, those are adventurers. When you get, I don't know, a random mercenary, that's an adventurer. That's kind of what you can do. Considering Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have an economy, at least currently speaking, in recent versions of adventure mode, there isn't any way to, like, be a trading mogul or anything because that doesn't really exist. What kind of dwarf would you like? Or what dwarf would you like? Just tell me which name, and I will name you. You can, in fact, ask a mayor to stay and then retire the character there and then and then reclaim the fortress and the character will be there, yes. You can also claim a location and then reclaim it, if I understand how that mechanic works correctly. Although I'll be honest, I've never managed to make that work. So it's like, as an example, if you start a fort and there's just 7 dwarves there, right? You start the fort, leave it, and then immediately retire it. Then embark as an adventurer. Embark with, let's say, 12 adventurers. Let's just say 2 dwarves, 2 goblins, an elephant man, and 2 tame giant jaguars, and an elf, right? And you and that adventuring party that you're controlling yourself walk from some random fortress in your faction to that location that you just embarked to, and then ask the expedition leader if you can stay with all of the characters, then retire the party, then reclaim that fortress with no progress being made. You'll have all of those adventurers there as temporary residents, and after a year they can ask for permanent residency, but they'll just be living there then. So it's a really easy way to get some interesting main characters. And then if they don't die during the fortress, you can then, after the fact, like let's say you're done with that fortress, you retire the fortress, you can then reclaim or re-embark, I guess, as that adventuring party and adventure back out onto the next one. So you can like move your adventuring party from place to place within your fortresses, basically, if you wanted. So this is going to be Fallout Reign. That's a fish. We're about to get hit by an ad, but I'm going to read the description of this dwarf. She is rarely jealous and has a strong sense of duty. Rarely feels discouraged and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, is slow to anger, and isn't given to flights of fancy, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and has a greedy streak. Tends to not reveal personal information and thinks that she is fairly important to the grand scheme of things. Likes to brawl and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and does not easily develop or hate or develop negative feelings. Occasionally overindulges and is slow to trust others and gnaws on her cheek when she's excited. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values good craftsmanship and does not care about friendship. Just don't ever ask her about friend boat. She likes horn silver and sterling silver, bonded ogate and crundlehorn, amber and greaves, and gracklemen for their raunchous calls. Raucous calls? What was that word? Raucous? Like loud calls, I guess? When possible, prefers to consume glass-eye, cassava beer, and hemp seed oil. Me too, man. Me too. And absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Hemp is not weed. Remember this. It doesn't get you high. No, you cannot transition back and forth seamlessly. You have to retire them. So you know how this process works of pressing escape and then clicking the retire fortress button, saving the timeline, and then re-embarking? That's what you have to do. You cannot move back and forth seamlessly. It's not like you hit a button and then bang, you're in adventure mode. That's not how that works. It would be nice if you could do that, but you can't do that. Rorkus, do me a huge favor. Telling me how to phonetically pronounce things used to drive my mom, aka my English teacher, insane because I am like physically incapable of reading something and then pronouncing it correctly. So somebody was shouting in D&D probably. Anyway, welcome back, Bastard. Yeah, every time you swap, the world progresses by 2 weeks. So time does change. And you also have to remember there's some oddities about reclaiming forts. Like if I were to reclaim a fort on a volcano, the lava will probably be in a different place and cause it to immediately start like erupting. Was I ever a save scummer when it comes to adventure mode? Who fucking cares? Like, why does that matter? Isn't that like the most irrelevant thing ever in a single player game that has no high scores? That's all about personal goals. Who cares? But yeah, this dwarf is a member of the Communion of Quintessence, and we need to give them a place to pray pretty soon, I think. And you're one of the few that are still, and you're one of the many, rather, not even the few, that are still dwelling upon the dead troglodytes. I think in older versions of the game, it was harder to quit without exiting because we didn't have the quit without saving button, so you actually had to like manually crash the game before. So there might also be something to do with that. Who cares what DFHack can do? That's Surdra. That's not the topic of discussion. We're talking about defaults here, or at least I am. For me, DFHack and what DFHack can do is largely redundant and should be considered redundant. If you want to use it and use all of its features, that is awesome. Enjoy it. But I think that what you need to realize is that when you're playing Dwarf Fortress on Steam and running DFHack, it counts as running both pieces of software at the same time. So you're gaining time in both, right? So if you go to the Steam database and you look up DFHack, 292 people are currently playing with DFHack. Dwarf Fortress proper, 1,111 people are playing. It's a very small portion of the audience. So you need to remember that giving people advice based on DFHack is not actually the most useful for a large portion of the player base. And you should assume that people aren't using DFHack. And if they are using DFHack, they're probably not the person asking for help. I have a question then. If you mean no shade, then why do you use the most derogatory possible term for saving? Save scumming is a derogatory term that came from competitive first-person shooters to, like, describe cheating your way around levels. So, if you don't mean any shade, then why are you using the term that implies shade? I mean, even in roguelikes, like if you want to learn to play the game on your first few runs, that's a way to do that. I don't consider saving and loading a game at your leisure to be a scummy thing to do. So I would argue that I have never saved scummed in my entire life because I don't think it's scummy. Have I saved games to test things? Absolutely. Moving some of my livestock to this lower level to give the elephants more grazing space. Including the baby elephant. Ha! Well, clearly you never had to deal with anybody in, like, the Quake speedrunning community. Or Quake in general, actually. Or first-person shooters, or any old-school FPS with a campaign that had a quick save and quick load function. Which is fair. It depends on what community you came from, Zether. I mean, I didn't start playing XCOM until later, because XCOM wasn't as popular over here. So... At least not amongst my circles of friends. I grew up primarily playing games like SimCity, where you would save as much as possible. So it was never really a thought. Constantly jumping back. Where in the eras that I grew up in, or the people I grew up around, I guess, the term save scum was used as a way to insult people for being bad at a game. Oh, you probably save scummed it. Kind of deal. I've never played Football Manager in my entire life, so. Zero experience with the franchise. What a noob, he must have saved scum. You know, kind of thing. So let's move that dining hall back here. And that gem cutter shop back here as well. Well, I'll be mean for a second then, Protolore. Maybe you're just old enough that you remember the era before kids were obnoxiously competitive in video games. Back when everybody thought they were good at video games and hadn't realized that everybody was bad at video games yet. In the era where people still liked fighting games and real-time strategy games because they thought they were decent at them. And then stopped liking them when they realized, oh no, everybody is significantly better at this game than me. Well then. You like saves because you don't have hours in the days play. Oh, I'm not making excuses. I just think it's funny that people still use that term. But I guess to like properly answer the question, when you're asking did I save scum in adventure mode, are you asking like did I save and load a whole lot? Not really in older versions, because in older versions it was a lot harder to do that. You literally had to like Alt F4, unless you used DFhack, which I didn't. So not really. When I was relearning adventure mode recently. I save scummed a couple times to try and get through a rock fight. That was more just out of curiosity than anything. You know, I don't think Pepperidge Farm remembers anything. That was a bit of a rabbit hole to fall down on the internet, because that's also a thing that doesn't really exist in Canada. There's a very big difference between insulting oneself and being insulted by somebody else. Yeah, there's some ways to force crash the game with DFhack, but you did a lot for BG3. If I played Baldur's Gate 3, I would be one of those people who wouldn't save at all. Because I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose, but Whatever floats your boat at the end of the day. You want to know how that's scummy, Protolore? Because kids are assholes. That's why it's scummy. Is that all you want me to say, or are you actually asking the question? But it depends on what community you dig into on the internet, right? Like, if there are places on the internet where you will absolutely get chastised for, you know, using a save function in a video game. Because it has a mode to keep you from doing it? Oh, totally. I'm not saying it's not valid. I'm just saying I wouldn't do it. Because, like, what interests me about Baldur's Gate 3, which is a video game I will never play, is the branching narratives that are outside of your control. That's what's interesting to me about that game. That is a really, really, really funny headline, Suited Giraffe, that you posted in Computer Pills. That is a really funny headline. Thanks for sharing that. The 30% of Apple Vision Pro's returns were because the users didn't get it. Just to realize this, Protolore. It's extraordinarily difficult to read when somebody's being facetious in text. So if you're being facetious, just realize you might get an answer assuming you're not. Because that's how text works. Just like it's difficult to read sarcasm, it's very difficult to read when somebody's being facetious. Doesn't matter if you're trying to be overly obvious, because you also need to remember that I'm used to reading text written by people that are not native English speakers that write bizarre things constantly, that are almost impossible to, like, discern between sane people and crazy people, let alone being facetious or not. One year with your brother, another with a friend on hard. Normal playthrough, you're having more fun because you get to interact with the story more. Fair. Dak, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Ups? What are we upsing about? Speaking of ups, how's this mood just going downs? God damn it. Still fighting with Trathless. Still just tons of hungry heads in the caverns. Will that work double negative with being a crazy non-native English speaker? I don't know. Did I say a double negative by mistake? It's possible. Enjoy work, Chris. Better crazy English grammar than crazy English grandma. Those need to go back down. I don't have enough dwarfs yet. I kind of thought that I would get another migrant wave in the spring, but nope. Hey, I don't like cover bands. For whatever it's worth, I often, like, the number of times somebody's been like, hey, Blind, check out this cover of insert song people know that I like here. And I will almost always respond with, fuck off, I want the original. Like, I'm that guy. Like, I don't like cover bands. So, tell your kid I relate to them. There are more of us. Finnish grammar? You mean the language that just decided to be Kirby on all of the syllables for the rest of the world? Thrones and tables. Statues. Slabs. Minecarts. Oh, man. Slabs, statues, tables, thrones. Weapon racks, why not? Windows. It's when you click the wrong button. Beds. Coffins. Doors. Flat hatch covers. Grates. As it's written exactly how you say that. Oh yeah, I mean, I know the basics of like how the Finnish language functions. It's just that's how Bellinair, my teammate, describes it. It's a language that stole all of the syllables from the other languages, or the language that naturally occurs when you have a bunch of crazy alcoholics locked in a dark room all winter, every year, forever. You can't encrust specific things unless you use give and take stockpiles. It's actually really annoying. It's one of the reasons I barely ever do encrusting, even though I'm doing it in this fort, because you literally have to use give and take stockpiles, because you can't specify in the like actual construction options. You have to use the give and take functions, which I don't like using. I find them really annoying to deal with. It's not a mechanic I appreciate in the video game. I need to be ready to trade pretty soon here. Have I met Bellinair in real life? No. No, I have never been to, like, he's been to Gamescom a couple of times. I've never been to Europe. I've met FG, Kiri, Bloody Drongo, Evil Trick. I'm naming people that aren't on the team anymore either. Dire Dwarf, Sui, Jess, Kiri. I said FG, I think. I think that's everybody. Am I missing anyone? Raul and Alana, the two new members as well. And Art. I have not met Arch. Yeah, I met Raul and Alana at this past TwitchCon. But I don't think I'm going to go to TwitchCon this year. I don't really have any desire to go, and the cost for my flights would be more than the entire trip for last year, so. Turns out, I know some people really don't like going to conventions in Vegas because everything is awkward as hell to get to in Vegas, but turns out, flying to Vegas, really goddamn cheap. Like, exceptionally cheap, so. It's very easy to justify from like a travel cost perspective. Should just get rid of those two jobs. Suspiciously cheap? Yeah, it's almost like gambling subsidizes it. TwitchCon EU this summer? You have fun, Ermalak. Yeah, I don't feel like spending like $800 to fly to San Diego. I have absolutely no interest in gambling, but I love people watching. So Vegas is a lot of fun for people watching. If you're like morbidly fascinated by gambling addicts, it is a very fascinating place to just wander around. I'm speaking in Canadian dollars, so. Ironically, it costs me almost as much to fly to San Diego as it's gonna cost FG to fly to San Diego. Which is like, okay. You're not supposed to acknowledge that industry? It's also it kind of feels like you're like role-playing 1984 to a degree because of how many cameras are everywhere. I'm just gonna throw a kitchen in here. Also, what do you mean you're not supposed to mention that industry? Isn't that like the only thing you're supposed to do in Vegas is gamble? Or do you mean addicts? Because, yeah, fair. I could see that. The cigarette smoke is like way lessened actually. Apparently, people are no longer allowed to smoke in the casinos. They just don't enforce the rules at all. Apparently, like I was talking to Radu, who's local to that area, and he was saying that they changed the laws, but nobody enforces it. Oh, absolutely, it does. But I can also get a 28 ounce, or no, I can get a 64 ounce alcoholic beverage and go stand outside in the middle of the night in nice, pleasantly warm weather and watch a concert that doesn't cost a lot of money. And the drink itself ends up costing me the equivalent of about $20 and lasts me the entire evening. And during that time, I can watch, I don't know, 12 concerts. Also, prostitution isn't legal in Vegas, but it is legal in counties that neighbor Vegas, so don't get arrested. It's not worth it. Why is my pop only 15? Because we're only on year 1.5. I did not stop migration. I've traded once. We've had 2 migrant waves. The first one had 3 dwarves. The second one had a couple more than that. And then one of the dwarves got set on fire and the other one got crushed by a troglodyte. So we had a couple more dwarves than this. So why is my population so low? Because I started this fort a very short period of time ago. And I've been pausing a lot. I like where I live. Very, 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 very far away from gambling. I don't mind visiting Vegas. It's fine. It's fun for a weekend, but like 4 days is kind of my maximum to the point where it starts to get annoying. You thought 500 was the starting date? Why does everybody think that people only play one fort in each world? Like, the way this game perfectly shows its replayability and intrigue is when you play multiple forts in the world. This is actually my 3rd fort in this world. I'm all the way over here, the Living Fire. I played this fort, which is now run by goblins, and I played this fort, which is now a crater. So we spent about 10 years here and about 10 years here. This is fort number 3, different faction. We had a gremlin queen, or not a gremlin. We had gremlin captain of the guard and a Gorlak queen in the first fort, and that was a lot of fun. You know? Crater? Well, I mean, we dug too deep intentionally and scuttled the fort. That faction's dying, so decided to play a new faction. Probably gonna go steal some of my artifacts from my old, now abandoned forts. Technically, I live downtown and it's nice and quiet here. I wish that there was like a 10th of the car traffic, but can't win it. Can't win everything. I was gonna say that fort went downhill when the original mayor started murdering people, but you know, it certainly went downhill when that mayor died and then napalm took over. The mayor in that fort murdered 3 people and didn't go to prison for it for very long. Well, I mean, he did, but he went to prison in his office. We literally put a prison cell in his office and then sent him to prison. And he kept doing his job. You know, like a proper CEO. House arrest. Including all 14 of your houses. And then you just don't play for a day or 2 or then retry? Gotta play on the scene of your pants. Or, you know, if that doesn't work, then I would just, at that point, cheat. I would use, like, the dig now command or something, like, utilize DF hack and get around the early game. If it's the early game that, or alternatively, reclaim destroyed AI forts and just use that layout. Gorlak is spelled with a K, not a C. It's something that's really difficult, Kalith Dragon, in Dwarf Fortress, unless you have access to adventure mode. it's really difficult to do unless you have access to adventure mode. And the reason for that is just adventure mode gives you the ability to, you know, control what type of other creatures wander in to a degree. I don't know. You'd have to ask KitFox if they will be giving me alpha footage of adventure mode in like 2 weeks' time, and then let me stream it. I've streamed older versions of adventure mode. You bet I will. I guarantee you I won't. In fact, I can tell you this. I know for a fact I won't get it. At least not in 2 weeks' time. Do I farm Mog juice? I'll be honest with you. Those are made with Mog hoppers, right? I don't do anything with vermin, like at all. I don't even know how the system works. I'm like the ambassador for the DF community. I'm not getting paid by KitFox. So, no, I just happen to be, like, so I'm a realist in this way. So if I sound like I'm being very self-deprecating, it's more of just a result of the reality. But what you need to realize is I am not an ambassador for the Dwarf Fortress community. I just happen to be the most popular person creating coverage of the game, which means I get some benefits. But if somebody else took off and became more popular and brought more traffic, there isn't any reason for KitFox to continue working with me. They probably would because they're not mean people, but I'm not an irreplaceable, unique thing. I'm just a dude who happens to cover a video game. And I also happen to be doing it before most other people thought that it was a good idea. There was 2 other people around lunchtime that popped up and started trying. There was one who was doing it not in English, and I think it was Spanish. And then there was another person attempting it in English. They completely cloned the format of DF News, and neither of them took off, and they both stopped doing it. So I'm not official in any capacity, so they have no reason. I will probably get adventure mode early. It's not going to be in like 2 weeks. Like if I'm being like actually honest here, I don't know when it's coming out. I just know April, right? That's all that I know. But if I get it early, we'll probably get it 2-3 days in advance. I mean, I got the premium version about 3 days in advance. But the only reason I got that was, you know, because of my coverage. Man, I wish Tekid would come back. I miss him. I miss Tekid. We're in an ad break as soon as this goes up. Secret agent? Considering everybody knows who I am, I feel like that would make me a really bad secret agent, but also no migrants this season. It is also very possible that we won't get any migrants this season because when the traders arrived last time, a bunch of troglodytes beat the shit out of them and stole a lot of their stuff, so.
Hello everyone.
He'll be back if we move to a new place and focus on getting set up. Oh, I'm sure he'll be back. Doesn't change my statement. And you don't play Path of Acra? That's weird. Proto-Lord. Iron Zach, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back, dude. Nope. Like I just said, I'm not officially involved with anything that they do. I'm just a guy who started making YouTube videos who ran into Tarn at PAX in 2019, asked Tarn if he would join me on my streams. I'm completely independent of everything. KitFox commissioned 4 tutorials that could be co-posted on my YouTube channel and their YouTube channel, but that is the most work I've done for them. That game's cheap, Protolore. Like Path of Acra's $10. I'll have you know, every single one of these games that you've mentioned, including Path of Acra, costs less than Skull and Bones. You could buy Dwarf Fortress, Caves of Cud, Path of Acra, and probably another game for less money than Skull and Bones. You've been following streams and VODs on YouTube, but you keep this up here? Well, thank you. Appreciate you. Warsim, there's another one. Yeah. You could also buy Warsim. Although Warsim is less of a for everybody. I don't recommend that game as much, even though I really like it. Because it's a quad A game. People need to realize that AAA does not equate quality. It is referring to budget. And with the recent, like, is it even fair to call it drama? I don't think it is. But like the recent like people throwing poop around about Skull and Bones being a quadruple A game, it's like, you realize that that has nothing to do with quality of game. It just means that the game costs a lot of money. Obviously, they try and sell it as like, oh, it means the game is high quality because, I mean, that's business. But like, it's just really funny to me that it's like, oh, it's a quadruple A. Who fucking cares? What does that mean? What does that mean? Nothing. Anyway. I need to make 2 wheelbarrows. No, you shouldn't. I like plenty of bad games. You are 1,000% entitled to like a game that is way too expensive and short on content and not the greatest developed. But that is called enjoying things that you like. I would state that Trackmania is a bad game. I love Trackmania. There are plenty of games out there that I would openly state are what I would describe as bad games that I enjoy. You are absolutely allowed to enjoy something that isn't the highest quality in the world. My favorite dumb factoid about Warsim is the part where he just made the entirety of the programming subreddit or programmer's humor, like at the exact same moment, all have a mental breakdown because of the fact that the entirety of that game is written in one line of code in one file. It's like 700,000 lines of code in one file. It's literally like a .txt file. It's like one of my favorite things about that game. I mean, people still play Destiny, so obviously you're allowed to like bad games, right? I have no idea what that means. Gate Elemental. I mean, that's fine. Here's the thing, right, Neezer? And this is why you shouldn't trust streamers' opinions on a lot of new games that they get review key for. Or especially if they've been paid to play it. It's way easier to enjoy a game that you haven't paid for. I have no idea. I would just Google the Reddit thread and be your own judge. I have nothing to say on the subject because I don't have the words to describe it because I'm not a programmer and know almost nothing about programming, partially intentionally. Also, I just have no interest. All right, so I can also get rid of this dining hall. Let's get rid of these tables and thrones. This chest. Warsim, yeah. But it also helps that it runs in terminal and is text-based, so. Google said there is more than one crazy dev. Well, why am I not surprised? I'm not a programmer. And also, I don't think that he did it to reduce file size. I think he did it because he didn't know how else to write it. Because it was literally his first ever programming project that just kind of ballooned. If you're curious at all, I have an interview with him on my YouTube channel. Well, the day programming humor stood still. Trash Mac, thanks for the raid. What's up? We are working on a volcano fort. And my faction is currently kind of mad at me because a bunch of them died when they tried to trade with me last time. So I'm not getting migrants as quickly as I'd like. I'm sure it'll catch up again, though. It's garbage day? Pretty sure that's Tuesday here, actually. But anyway, thank you very much for the garbage day raid. What's up, Herb emoji? But this is a very, very, very small, very, very, very new fort. It's basically just this. A couple bedrooms up in here, and that's about it. Is that? Oh, that's avocado log floor. I need to not have log floors because wood is rare here. Jitterbud, thanks for the 15th month. Welcome back. Gotta take out the trash or something? I assume then? If you're thanking for the reminder. I think I'm gonna do a thing. So I've had the frame rate turned down because I turned it down the other couple days ago because I was just too tired to keep up with it. I'm gonna turn it up to 80. Just let jobs get done a little bit quicker in this fort because we've got such a low population. But Trash Mac, how was your stream? How's things? How was Dwarfing? Because I do know that you were doing that. Oh, also for clarity's sake, just to like wrap back around to a conversation we were having earlier before that ad break popped. If they did give me adventure mode early, I probably wouldn't be allowed to make videos about it until the day of release. So, I might be... There is a potential theoretical possibility of what if they... Not give me the game early, but what if they give me screenshots early is possible, but I very much doubt that I will be in a position at any point to, you know, do anything of the sort outside of that. Where did I put that craft? There's the craft workshop. Let's decorate with bone. What? Am I going crazy? I thought that was in the craft workshop that you could do that. Maybe I'm not going crazy. Maybe I am going crazy. Okay, no, it is in this main. Okay. Just didn't see it when I looked there. Three days? I doubt that. I very much doubt I would get to stream the game 3 days in advance. In fact, I can, from what I know, I can almost guarantee you that won't happen. He has it, he's not telling us. I have games I'm not telling you about, but that's not one that I have. $150 friendly odd necromancer experiments? Oh, did they just like start breeding on the edge of your map? I had that happen in a previous fort once. It was kind of awkward. It's like, wow, there's just like necromancer experiments everywhere. I think that you are overestimating my ability to build hype without actually having a thing, or underestimating my ability to build hype without actually having a thing. And also, believe it or not, I don't know how true that is. Because I think a large portion of my audience already owns the game. Also, it's not like adventure mode releasing is going to get them more sales per se. It's going to get the active players going up, which will get them more sales. Active players, I'm not really going to affect the active players going up. Me streaming the game early wouldn't net them wish lists either because the game is already out. It's not rude to ask. I've already asked them, mate. If that's what you're asking, if that's what you're stating, I've already asked them. Like I've already talked to them about it. Trust me, I'm way ahead of you on that. Like, I wouldn't be doing my job particularly well if I wasn't saying things like, "Hey, you know, like, what if you gave it to me like a month in advance?" Oh, you're talking to GFN? Like, of course I've already asked. Eesh. It's literally my job to pester people about stuff like that. Waiting to play this game that you already had? Yeah. Yeah. Kind of relatable. Waiting to play a game you already... This is a video game release, and I work in a sort of marketing capacity for video games. And you're asking me if I've asked about the birds and the bees. That's a little personal. Because you're referring to the talk as in like, hey, can I get code for a thing? I had that conversation with them a year and a half ago almost now about adventure mode. So have I already had that talk? Yeah. Like a year and a half ago. I was centering my camera, that's why I was full screen, but I think that you need to realize that, like, if anyone's behind here, it's you guys. I was already talking to them about, like, pre-release stuff for adventure mode before premium was out. So I know what's happening. I can tell you I will not have access to it 3 weeks in advance. Or a month in advance. It's still alive. To a degree, I mean... Yeah, I mean, they still have... They have all of these little fixes, but they're not the most dead faction in the world. The most dead faction in the world has like 60 dwarves left. Yo, no, I know what you mean. I mean, the queen, or the king and queen are still alive. They're both my old dwarves. They could be deader, I guess is the best way to put it. Maybe some of chat is still around. Not in the... I can, in fact, dwarf you, yes. Not in... Slaprock. Everybody in Slaprock died. Every single dwarf in Slaprock died. But, what dwarf do you want, Darius? But, the fortress from before, yeah, I mean, Anaboth is still alive. That's the king now. I'd have to check who else, but there are definitely dwarves still alive from the fort before. What's up, Darbo? The one thing I can tell you about adventure mode release is this, though. It's not like it's going to be a situation where I don't get key and somebody with like 10 times my view count shows up already with access to it. Like, it's not like that. I'm going to put a space in your name so I can keep track easier. Who's who. It's not like that's going to happen, right? So, whatever happens, the people who get access will get access at the same time. I do not expect that to be in advance. Or I do not expect to be able to stream it before release. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making. He has a strong sense of duty and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He tends to be a little bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and isn't given to flights of fancy and is very humble and is not often lustful. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he likes to take it easy. And he becomes very rigid when he's angry, and he begins to talk more slowly when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He likes calcite and trifle pewter and dendric agate as well as rambutan wood. And I'm not sure what work of art you created. So there is that. I'm not entirely sure what you created, but you made something. Oh, you produced a masterwork. Masterwork something. Maybe a gem? Gosh knows what, but you produced a masterwork something. Maybe you encrusted something, but you're only a novice. You're a talented cheesemaker, and I don't think you can make masterwork cheese, so I'm not sure. Maybe you were weaving? I know you were weaving earlier. Thinking if I could probably unforbid that again, actually. It's certainly not an artifact, because we haven't had any artifacts in this fort yet. And it doesn't say that you're the creator of something. So you must have just made a masterwork something or another. Apparently I need empty cages. Let's make copper cages. Copper cage. Something about copper tables encrusted with gems that's like a neat visual. Certain creatures can burn their way out of cage traps, but those are very, very rare. That's the only difference, really. So I'm trying... Chat, what would you guys like to see me start working on next? I could finish up the tavern. I could get a glass industry up and running. I could... Glass industry would also probably require me reworking farming a little bit because I'd need more bags. We could build a temple. We could build a library. Library is one of the big goals for this fort. Oh, weight is a big difference in material for cage traps. I usually just use the material I have the most plentiful amounts of. Library and book production. Oof. Production? You want me to produce books? Ugh. I'd have to actually look up the wiki to learn how to make paper again, because I never do it. I was just going to import sheet and then make quires, but... Can absolutely pop open the wiki and look at paper production. Do I prefer scrolls or books? Agnostic. Don't care. Book is scroll and scroll is book. Glass industry would just vary up my construction materials quite a bit. Actually, I think I might... Oh, certainly. I mean, I remember what the steps are. I just can never remember what the shops are, so it's just easier to have a reference guide up. more than anything. And one of those super early starts. Well, this isn't a super early start, so we're not going to be making many discoveries, but we can absolutely become a copy house. Trying to decide where to put the library. I mean, this would be a nice spot for a library, but how about... I have to build up into this. Build the first wing of the library in these. Maybe stopping up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Although I'm not entirely sure what my miners are doing, so I should probably check in on that, actually. Dishwashing time, gotcha. Well, that's fun. Yeah, I haven't done a volcano in a minute. In a couple months. Kind of annoying that they're not using my thing. Do I like tofu? I make my own tofu. Although technically I make legume tofu, which isn't like what most people think of as tofu, but I like food. Tofu is food. Why? I love how you immediately stop to go harvest plants. That's funny. And I'm also going to change a labor job order thingy, which I think is another. Only farmers harvest. Let's go to planters, and this will basically just like add in additional planters. We only need 3. That's plenty. How much effort is making tofu? I couldn't tell you about like the type of tofu that you buy in stores, but legume tofu, the stuff I make, is literally just take lentils, pick your favorite type of lentil, take lentils, soak them overnight. 1 part lentils, 2 parts water, so double the water, the lentils. The next morning you blend them, add about enough water so that there's like a millimeter of water above the lentils, put it on medium-low heat, whisk it for, I don't know, 10 minutes until it gets thick and starts to act the same way, roughly the same way as like whipping cream, or like thick, or butter almost. And then you put it into a pan and you put it into the fridge for like 40 minutes. Very simple process. We have traders here to trade. Porridge? Sure, that's a word. Debating on what to sell. We're basically out of gems. I guess I could just sell those tables and thrones. Or actually, here's what I should do. I should sell them the large gems that they left here. I should sell them the stuff back to them. I don't need no walnut training axe. I'll sell them those. into these. We'll do that. Because I wasn't going to use those anyway. And they say they want ash. Wood is a valuable resource. I'm not going to give them ash. Another thing I should also be doing is hollowing out the lower layers. So that we can get more trees growing. The expedition leader, Sazir meets with the outpost liaison, Aiton, and they say, the world is the same as ever. What request do you have of our merchants? And I'm going to say the same thing I said last time, which is bring me friggin' wood. And scroll down again and say, can I bring elephants this time, or are you still being stingy? I know that you have elephants. That's how I have elephants. That, or maybe there's some other animals I should request. They're still being stingy. God damn it. Let's just request pigs. They want tanned hides and bracelets next year. That I can do. Just this spire is small. I mean, I wouldn't say this spire is anything like Creature Keepers, but... Actually... Pause that. It's gonna go up to there. Then... go down to here. Let's just do diorite blocks. You say that we slay the spire? Now, is this like a slay girl kind of thing? Like make it as cool as possible? Or is this like kill it? Because I, Napalm, would like to take a side statement to that. Instead of slaying the spire, how about we slate the spire? See? Wall it up with slate. Instead of slaying it. I'm well aware of what the video game is. Thank you. Just because I don't have any interest in playing it, yes, Slay the Spire is a video game. This is the exact same world as the last one, so simple answer is no. No, I did not. Just waiting for my broker to load a cage trap. Because I don't trust my well, if you hadn't noticed. Turns out my well has a high probability of having creatures climb up into it. What's the end goal of this fort? Exclamation point goal. It's not really an end goal, but it is a goal. You can't make them your walls, though. Oh, you know it's not? Okay. I just like that the grass in Evil Forts is just like, yo, there's eyeballs coming out of the ground. I do like that. Eyeballs and fingerlings. Fingergrass? Well, fingerlings are a type of potato. You didn't know that creatures can climb up through wells? Yep, they can. And theoretically, creatures could climb in through that. I actually did have some hungry heads flap up and in from down there. Flying Forgotten Beast could get up and in there too. I'm currently debating on whether or not I want to do a full day. Actually, I'm not going to say the thing out loud. Slaprock is dead, yes. Well, I killed it intentionally, but yes, Slaprock is dead. Tickles your feet when you touch it? I hate it. Thanks. Will Smith showed up and we slapped him. I don't think that Will Smith has ever played a clown in a movie, so that's not... I don't really... Wouldn't Rock actually be the clown? Like The Rock, or like, not Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Chris Rock. Wouldn't Chris Rock be the clown in this instance? Because he's the comedian. Will Smith thinks he's funny, but generally isn't that funny. Unrelated to anything. Is anybody else here, like, ridiculously excited to watch Formula 1 this weekend, or is it just me? Race on Saturday, race on Saturday. Fresh Prince was pretty funny? I guess, yeah. But that was also a long time ago. New Rush Hour is being made? It's Rush Hour every, like, 4 p.m. outside. Why do they need to make another movie of it? Jeez. I mean, I would watch another... Jokes aside, I would watch another Rush Hour. He just played a clown at the Oscars? I should just name a fortress Will Smith at some point. Oh, now Napalm Sideburns is going to go sleep. Still not doing the thing I need you to do. God damn it. I love how this is a high enough value guild now to we're just gonna polish stones here. Just literally any stones. I like that this is a high enough value guild to qualify, even though, you know, even though there's no guild established. It's high enough value though. Yeah, I'd watch another Rush Hour. I like me some Jackie Chan. Although, like, currently, I'll be honest, when it comes to, like, that kind of kung fu movie and, like, that style of action movie, I'm way more interested in watching, like, the old school stuff. Mostly due to the fact that it's more real, if you know what I'm saying. They cared less about the safety of those actors and more about the quality of the explosions. And they started caring a bit too much about whether or not people get, you know, completely incapacitated during filming. Which is probably a good thing. I'm not gonna lie. However, makes it slightly less interesting to watch.
53.
53! Thank you very much for the 53rd month. Welcome back. I'm not happy that my faction keeps bringing me these Necromancer Experiment extract barrels. I'm not happy with this. This is gross. The actors themselves were the ones who cared less? Sure. Absolutely. Although my favorite recent movie that I saw that had that kind of action in it was Everything Everywhere All at Once. That was a very good movie. Apparently my parents hated that movie, and I'm pretty sure I know exactly what scene they stopped watching at. I think it was the trophy up the butt bit. Which, admittedly, that bit was hilarious, but I can completely understand why my parents would stop watching around that point. That movie was incredible. Yeah, I love that movie. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Mind keeping that subscription line for a 53rd month? Because that's a goddamn long time, dude. Thank you for continuing to support the stream. It really does mean a lot. All right, hopefully that'll repair my relations with them enough that we can, you know, get some more of that going. I'm concerned. Why? Probably lack of bags. Do I want to do this down here or do I want to do it up there? Kind of want to do it up here. And there's the question of where do I put it? going to do it. The thing is, if I dedicate too much to having too many crafting jobs down here, I'm never going to be able to move it back up. Also, chat, did I say thanks to Jitterbug for 12 months? I don't think I did. Jitterbug, thanks for 12 months. Means a lot. That's a whole year. God damn, I might have, but I have no memory of doing this, and looking at it, I don't recall saying that. So, if you're still here and I missed you, I'm sorry. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. I'm going to plant another planter shop right here. There's just random bug. I love the fact that I just have these 2 stray war elephants, right? There's just bug bats dead everywhere with blood splattered all over them. And then I just have, like, you know, my 2 elephants just hanging out here. There's just vomit all over in the corner. It's lovely. Very lovely. I love my happy-go-lucky elephants. They're such a lovely addition to the fortress. Okay, let's see. How's the digging out going? Probably done that first one. Yep. I haven't even started building these up yet. I feel like what I should really be doing is just, like, building more bedrooms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's just make 8 beds. Gotta bounce? All right. Just don't bounce too high up or you might hit your head. That'd be bad. Trying to think where I should put my carpentry, because this is all gems and I guess some crafts. This is all offices or offices to be. This is going to be a tavern, probably. This is either going to be the tavern or the base layer of the library, and I haven't decided yet. I'm pretty sure that the ocean waves not looking bad anymore is just it'll be done when it's done kind of thing. I could be wrong, but as I understand it, that seems to just kind of be the answer that we've gotten every time it's come up. Is just it'll be done when it's done. I think I'm just going to start digging this out on a lower priority. Just to get more slate. And eventually probably dig this area out as, like, an area that I'll construct stuff in. I mean, right now there's one priority that has a timeline on it, right? That's adventure mode. That is the priority, and that is the only thing that has a timeline on it. Everything else is when they get to it, or when it becomes a priority, or when they have the assets, or when Tarn has time. And that's kind of the way with things with Dwarf Fortress. And yeah, leftover Pat. I normally just see you in YouTube comments. Hi, what's up? My phone is vibrating. I should probably find out why. I've started, as I've been shifting away from smartphone usage, I've started putting my phone on my dresser instead of on my desk right next to me, so I can't, like, just grab it anymore. It's been nice, but every now and again it'll vibrate, and then it'll vibrate again, then it'll vibrate 2 more times, and I'll be like, oh, God, it's probably my mom. Is it actually? Nope. It is not. It is my neighbor. Why are you texting me? Oh no. This is how you can tell it's from my neighbor. Are you good at computer stuff? Just got a new graphics card so I can play Helldivers 2. Gonna try and put it in myself. It's like, I can install it if you need help, but later. You moved over to Twitch for me? Well, cheers. Thank you. I mean, I don't really care where people watch. It's just I'm more likely to talk to people if they're on Twitch. Yeah. You found your issues when dwarves weren't migrating. Apparently you had a civil war bug. Ah, there you go. There isn't a way to fix it in-game outside of DF hack. It's basically just guaranteed death for the faction. If you send a mission to attack another fort, you can settle here or demand tribute, or is it only in Legends? Are you talking about your own faction? Or, because you can't attack your own faction. What you can do in Fortress mode is, like, this is an enemy fort, right? This is a Dwarven Hillix for the Rack of Lobsters, which is a faction that I'm at war with, apparently. If I click on this, because I have a squad, I can tell them to raid it, I can tell them to pillage it, I can tell them to raise it, I can tell them to demand tribute from them, which isn't really a good idea. And I can, these are the goals that I can have for loot. If the place is destroyed, under some circumstances, you can reclaim it if you want. In Fortress mode, you can send a squad to conquer and occupy it. If you do that, they will take over the location, and then the location will become yours. What is happening here? Oh, do I have dwarves that are stuck? I do, in fact. Okay, hold on. But yeah, if you kill, like, if you destroy the population of a goblin fort, you can send your dwarves to go deal with it. That's weird. I've never had them, like, get stuck trying to build something like that before. It's probably because I built this wall while they were starting the jobs. That's probably why. So they were trying to do the top ones first. It's okay. I was going to replace that anyway. Smelted all of the native copper, at least a bunch of it. Also, now I'm really curious as to what graphics card and my neighbor ordered it, where he ordered it from, because he says it's not arriving until March 11th. Fortunately, though, graphics cards are pretty easy to install. Chat room, I've been messing with computers for most of my life, and I consider graphics cards to be easy to install. Are graphics cards easy to install, or am I just, like, complacent in the amount of knowledge I have? Because I think of CPUs as hard to install. Graphics cards, pretty easy. As long as you don't, like, you know, force it in and break something. Like, it's easy. You've done that for 30 years. Exactly. It's like, I don't know if it's a hard thing to do or not. I feel like it's one of those watch a YouTube video and then you're good kind of deals. Literally plug and play. No, it's not plug and play. It's unplug computer, unplug, and then plug in, then play. Because if that implies that you could leave it turned on. Hot swapping graphics cards will set something on fire or electrocute yourself or something. But yeah, I don't know. I consider that to be super easy. But yeah, if my neighbor ends up needing help, I'll just fucking do it for him. I don't care. Wouldn't be the first time I've, like, replaced a graphics card for somebody. Granite. We'll do granite. So this is going to be our library. So here's an idea. This first floor is going to become the library. Second floor will become the library once I have glass. And then I'll add in floors as time goes on. And, you know, I think that area that I was going to make into the tavern beneath this isn't going to become the tavern. I think that area beneath this is actually just going to become part of the library, and we're just going to slowly vertically add on to the library. Because I think that could be pretty cool. We'll go up to the top first, all the way up to here, and this will be the top. And then, like, yeah, there's these bedrooms, but this is going to be bedrooms throughout here. And then when we hit here, this is going to be library. And then it's going to keep library going down. Library all the way down. In PC while tipsy? Ooh, I've never done that. I've installed computer hardware while extremely high, but never while tipsy. But doing stuff while stoned for me just means it takes me like twice as long, and I'm very careful because I'm aware of how high I am. So if anything, I don't know. Also, I get distracted every 90 seconds, so instead of like, you know, just doing the job and finishing it, I stop every 90 seconds and do something else for a bit. Like take out a screw, get up, go do something else, fiddle with something else, go back over, unscrew 2 more things. Yeah. What version am I playing? Whatever the current experimental branch is. Hey, another migrant wave. Speaking of migrant waves, Deldon, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. I might be mistaken, but I think that's the first 5-pack of gift subs today. We got a lot yesterday. Yesterday was kind of crazy, so I'm not complaining. But yeah, no, it's the first 5-pack of gift subs of the day. Cheers. Appreciate you. Hey, look, more gem cutters. Excellent. Just what we're building. Is that a microwave of 1? Yep. Yes, it is. 1 and a llama. Sweet. Game, you lied to me. Migrant does not equal llama. Llama is not a migrant. Scammers. Oh, wait, never mind. We're getting more now. Up to 18 now. But it's so cute and fluffy, I suppose. Getting any more? Not really. Llamas are more migrants. I don't count llamas as residents. They are pets. Although I'll bet you that would actually that works for like larger families too that have pets, because it's like, oh yeah, no, we're a family of like, I don't know, 5 with 3 dogs, 2 cats, and I don't know, a pony. So I guess I could see that. Right, I haven't rebuilt my carpenter just yet. Let's put that right there for right now. And I will fill this up with wood. Llamas are migrants. I thought those were goats. Clearly I'm messing up my farm animals. And I'll have you know that my grains are wheat, barley, rye. I've run out of grains off the top of my head. Rice is a grain, right? Rice? Stop. Okay. Bad puns. It's hard to pick a card that's compatible then install. True, actually, yeah. If you know nothing about computers and you don't know what like PC part picker is, see that being tricky. Is quinoa a grain? I think so. It's okay. Okay, so this is from Harvard Chan School of Public Health, and it says, though technically a seed, quinoa is classified as a whole grain and a good source of protein and fiber. So it's technically a seed. Is this like one of those not all grains are seeds, but also not all seeds are grains situations? No, oats come from the hall, and my cassette collection, mostly. Here I am making bad jokes again. And chat hasn't, like, attacked me yet, so clearly I can keep getting away with this. Sodell is leading a gem setting demonstration. I've got dwarves just polishing stones. which is going to be what the mountain home is going to get. They're going to get rocks. What are you getting? Polished rock. Like literally, mountain home is going to show up and they're going to be like, what do you have to trade? And we're going to hand them like a bag of dollar store, like, I'll be honest with you, I can't think of any Hall & Oates songs. We're just going to hand them like a bag of dollar store polished rocks. They're going to be like, what are these? I'm going to be like, polished stones. Is Maneater really Hall & Oates? Especially because the only, like, Maneater variant that I can think of is the Nelly Furtado cover. Maybe Nelly Furtado, what the hell is she up to these days? Certainly not making music. Probably just having money somewhere. Dwarven costume Julie. Yeah! Also, apparently Dope Throne just released a new album. Actually, it's a tape. Sorry, chat. I have to spend money on a cassette tape real quick. I have to spend too much money on a cassette tape. Saving without quitting splits your save file. Yep, I just spent too much money on a cassette tape. Oops. Although, actually, never mind. I didn't spend too much money on a cassette tape because it's actually 2 tapes. I feel less bad now. Still bad because that's too much money, but... This has nothing to do with Nelly Furtado. Just for clarity's sake. No, this is a Canadian sludge metal band. I'm gonna go play a show on 420 in a fucking warehouse like next to a parking lot connected to a truck repair place, which is gonna be probably dangerous, but also a lot of fun. All right, so this stockpile needs to get bigger. This needs to finish getting filled out. Oh, is it totally different? Okay. Turns out I don't actually know much by Hall & Oates. I think that that's acceptable, though, given my age. Okay, well, all this is getting mined out. Wood's coming in. But DF hack doesn't require you to split your save files, so yeah, I would say it's about the same as save and return to title, but doesn't boot you out to the title menu. I got welcome to the chat room a couple minutes ago, yeah. And if anybody's curious about why I just bought that tape, it's because whenever they put stuff out, it sells out like in minutes, if not hours. And they never say how many they make whenever they make things. Also, all of their music is free on Bandcamp, and also, like, you can just go listen to it on YouTube or whatever. And it's not on Spotify. They refuse to, like, put their music on major streaming services, which I respect the punk rock attitude nature of it. So I will support the crap out of that band forever. Also, their music's great. I would show you their music videos on stream, but frankly, I might get banned from Twitch because there's a lot of nudity in them. How's that granite coverage going? It's going all right. Can unforget all this. Let's make... What material do I make the... Ooh. What material do I make the bookcases out of, chat? Because, like, scrolling down here, we got a lot of slate because I'm digging out a lot of slate. But there's also a lot of quartzite. Do I do pink bookcases? Do I do slate bookcases? Do I do copper bookcases? I'm kind of leaning pink. Because it's pink. Let's just dig out some pink. And then I'm going to go here, and we're going to go work orders. And I'm going to make bookcase. Rock bookcase? Rock bookcase. Rock bookcase, and let's do 20. And make them out of quartzite. I'm also going to stand up. My energy's a little low. Back from dinner? What'd you miss? I spent too much money on a cassette tape just now, is what you missed. At least I'm openly admitting that I spent too much money on a cassette tape. Of which they'll probably have for sale at their show, but frankly, I just want to guarantee that I get one. There we go. Standing. That's what you missed. Me standing up. Rising to the occasion. But welcome back, Bob. Appreciate you being here. And thank you for spending time in the chat. In Smoky Quartz. Also, we're up to 22 population, so that migrant wave was just very slow to enter the map, it looks like. But we did, in fact, get a decent population bump from that. I don't have any pigtails, apparently. That's... Oh, I see. What? Okay, never mind. Oh, I see. It's because we're at late autumn. That's why it's red. It's like, why was it not letting me plant pigtails? Excuse me? Over here, I'm going to do a farmer's shop. Greetings, Mithril. How goes the day, friend? How about pink and copper in an alternating pattern? Why is there still barrels in this stockpile? It's not the first time I've removed them. Grr. Making my seed difficult to keep track of. You've discovered the DFX placement tools. Hopefully you enjoy them. I really, really hate that tool. Makes the game harder to play in my brain. And also because it makes the game feel like RimWorld, which I actively despise. I don't feel like I'm playing Dwarf Fortress anymore when I play with that. Because it's like the way I play Dwarf Fortress is I build things, prepare for it, think about it, then place them, right? If you just place it and it just gets placed as it's built, I'm playing a different game now. Like, the way I manage forts becomes completely different because I'm playing a different game now. And that's not fun for me necessarily. Hello! What's up, Bluey Wolf? Right as an ad break hits. Hopefully you guys didn't all just get slammed with that. But, Zax, Bluey Wolf, Guidal, and Shen, hi, what's up? How's things? You have a feeling of Fade Mood's coming in. Is it now? But ironically, we haven't actually had a Fade Mood yet in this fort. But, welcome, Raiders. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for the Raiders? Don't drown them, please. That's indeed, yikes. That's unfortunate. Bad timing. But thank you very much for the raid, chat. Appreciate you guys. Hi, I'm Greg. I play way too many rounds of Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes chat lets me play other games. Shen plays a lot of Tycoon, and train and strategy video games, if that is your thing, you should go give Shen a follow. Shen's a wonderful individual, and thank you very much for that big-ass raid, dude. This is still the candy fort? Which one? I killed a candy fort last night, if that's the one you're talking about, which I did intentionally. I think, when did I have candy before that? It was probably like a couple months ago. That one's long dead. Frame rate's far too high for candy right now. But bad timing on the ads, but it's what it is. No, if you change a stockpile in this screen, it reallows barrels, but I don't think I've done that. I must have just not, like, actually removed them, thinking I had. Bronze Colossi versus Candy. That was yesterday. That was fun. A lot of fun. Boy. But I'm sitting here very excited for adventure mode. I'm probably going to play a different game tomorrow, at least at some point tomorrow. Because tomorrow, Keeper RL comes out of early access after 10 years, which is kind of crazy. You killed your best fort by yeeting 5 spear dwarf squads into the circus. Oh. I really like it when dwarves fall down into the circus and then land in a puddle of water and then have lava land on their head and then immediately become a brick of obsidian, which I've had happen way too many times now and is always very funny to me. Just because there's like always lava and water right at the like entrance to hell. It's like, oh, well, it's pretty likely that someone's going to fall and turn into obsidian if they get caught in that water flow. Also, why only 5? Why not more? Also, how did you throw them in? Did you have some specific way that you were throwing them in there, or were you just like throwing dwarves in for the hell of it? This particular fort is very new, and speaking of Fey moods, you were not totally correct, Shen friends, but we did get a possession. Close enough. This is our first strange mood of the whole fort, in fact. And it's a bone carver, which is very exciting. Which means they're going to claim that craft store shop, of course. And, oh, and they're going to die, probably. They want a shell. It is impossible to flood Candyland with water. It is impossible. And the reason it's impossible is because you'd need to... the glowy pits in hell endlessly drain water and all liquids and anything else that falls into them. So unless you can like completely fill it up with water or fill the surround the glowy pits with walls, you're never going to be able to do that. If you could surround the glowy pits with walls, then in theory. Thank you, Devil Dawn, for gifting a subscription to Shen. Appreciate you, dude. So yeah, this fort's gonna die because I'm not gonna. I don't think that you can get shells from fishing in the caves. And we haven't had any Forgotten Beasts show up yet. So if one shows up, then sure. But I think this dwarf is just dead. Demons are like any other animals. They have finite numbers of populations in regions. But they're also like any other animals, meaning a lot of them can come back to life. I could fight demons for shells. If you want to watch me fight demons, go watch the VOD from yesterday. I'm not going to dig too deeply and greedily. I only just started this fort. I don't even have a, squad. So, I'm pretty sure it would take me longer to dig into hell than this dwarf's mood's gonna last. So no, this dwarf's dead. In fact, I might just do us all a favor and just forbid this and just kill this dwarf. Easy peasy. Dwarf is now stark raving mad. Sorry, Dwarf. Because I ain't making shells for that dwarf. Absolutely no way. I will, however, go make them a tomb. I am a merciful overlord. If that dwarf was named, I would have tried a little harder, but Not in fact named, so don't actually care all that much. There it is. Huh. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. What is it? A large, sleek, multicolored metal low boot. Okay. And a large, sleek, multicolored metal low boot. Well, that's nice. I can't wait for the day where those have sprites. I look forward to that day. I fear the fisher dwarf? Not really. There's just nowhere for them to fish here. It's more just, I think that fishing is kind of boring. It's not a particularly interesting skill. It's kind of a hard skill to build in ways that look cool. And it's not a skill that I particularly value. So it's not that I fear it. It's just, it's a bit of a redundant skill for the way that I play the game. I'd rather buy fish and like not worry about flooding all of my food supply with fish, because fisher dwarves fish way too quickly, especially talented ones. And usually all it ends up doing is filling up your refuse piles with both rotten fish and shells, and It was more like a question mark. What, like an asset just stating that it's missing or something? Yeah, I don't know. I'm oddly forgiving, I think, about the fact that there are assets missing because they had to throw most of the art away and redo a massive portion of it. So I'm like kind of forgiving in that regard of it, because it's like, well, yeah, it sucks that a lot of, like, there are some assets that are missing, but it's like the situation leading up to that, I think was worse. I have a question. If you like having a large population, are you talking about setting it higher than 200 when you already know where that setting is? Anyway, it's in the game settings. If you hit escape settings, go to game. 220 is your default. So if you want smaller migrant waves, there's two ways you can do that. You could turn this number down or trade less, because you get amounts of migrants based on the frequency and the amount of value that you are trading back to the mountain home. So if you trade less to the mountain home, you will get less migrants. If you want to turn the number of migrants that you can have showing up at your fortress down, you or cap the number of doors you can have at any time, you can do it there. Always cap it to 5k chaos. Always take advice from Twitch chat and believe everything you read on the internet. Oh, there it is. I'm not sure what my mother's maiden name has to do with that, but okay. You don't think you would get 1 frame per second if you tried to run it with 5k dwarves? It depends on what the dwarves are doing and whether or not they can see each other. And I think you'd be surprised. There was somebody, basically, if you want to try and have that many dwarves, you literally need to build a fort like this. So you don't let them see more than like 2 dwarves at a time. And your frame rate would be playable, probably. Assuming there's nothing crazy going on. And by that, I mean, as long as nothing's on fire, as long as there isn't just like beasts everywhere, as long as there isn't constant combat happening, you'd probably be surprised. However, it's less of a question of that and more of a question of, do you really want to play the game that way? I was reading that as Kung Pao enter the fist, but, you know. Let's expand this stockpile. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is go up here and let's make a repeating process plants job. Process plants, and let's just say check it monthly. Go up to here and let's make some beds. Oh, sweet. They all have gems or something. They all have a value add. And these can all be made into bedrooms now. Multi-bedrooms. 8 new bedrooms have been created. Sorry, Dwarf, who's upset. I'm assigning dwarves so that I know how many more bedrooms I need. And also because there isn't that many. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother. All right, so I still have a few free bedrooms. And 3 migrant waves, oh god. I was gonna say, did you sell like a ton of stuff? Sounds like you did a lot of trading in the first trade, because in 3 migrant waves, that's intense. That's like a very, very, very big active faction that you're in. Like, I've had 3 migrant waves and I'm at 22 dwarves. I haven't changed any of the settings. Although it probably doesn't help that, like, the first time I traded, the traders were mostly, well, one of them was killed and some of their livestock was scared away by a bunch of troglodytes. So, because right as they arrived, a bunch of troglodytes came barreling out of one of the cavern layers that I dug into. And, you know, just kind of, boom. So every single, you'll notice this pretty quickly if you watch my streams a lot, Falgy. Every single fort, I build my bedrooms differently. And you want to know why that is? It's because I don't use macros and I don't use, like, DF hack tools to build things quicker. So you'll see a lot of people in chat talking about how they find building stuff repetitive and monotonous or like tedious or whatever. That's a thing that I hear all the time, which I massively disagree with. But I see that a lot. And I think a large reason for that is because turns out a lot of people out there don't, you know, build their bedrooms differently in each fort. So if you build your bedrooms differently in each fort, it's more entertaining, at least for me, to build. And building is one of my favorite parts of this game. So I do it to keep myself entertained. So sometimes you will see, you know, a fort that's primarily like bedrooms dug into the walls. Sometimes it'll be like the last fort where there will just be random little apartments carved into random portions of the caverns. Sometimes it'll be like, I don't know, stairs down into little circles. Sometimes it'll be stairs up into little triangles. Sometimes it'll be weird squares. Who cares if like if you're telling me I should like be farming, but that makes sense. You got a population of lots of pond turtle shells with $5,000. That's not that high value. 5,000 isn't that crazy, but it must just be a really active faction. Variety is the spice of life? Yeah, absolutely. That's why I don't use grids. Why I try and keep things different, you know? I need more slate. Interesting that sand is appearing here, because this map technically apparently doesn't have sand on it, which I think is questionable. And then there's the other thing, sort of like what Fully just said, but the other thing that, like, about the way I build stuff in this game is I play this game a lot. Some of you may have noticed I play this game a lot. And there's a benefit to that, which is, you know, I have a pretty cool job. The issue with that is it turns out if you play the same game all the time, you got to do things to keep it fresh. And one of the ways I do that is by, you know, changing up how I build in almost every fort. You would like a dwarf to you? Give me a second and I'll show you the list, and then you can let me know which dwarf you'd like. Oops, wrong button. This one. Any particular preference, Baka? Was when you finally started building on your own because you found a waterfall and built your fort behind it. I feel like... I feel like different people get fun out of this game for different reasons. And I think that's one of the coolest things about it for me, is that different people get different things out of this game. Bone Carver, you want the insane dwarf that's about to die? You sure? Like, they're stark raving mad. They started an artifact that they weren't going to complete, and I intentionally killed them. You're naked? No, you're starving to death and going to die. I'll give it to you if you want to be the insane dwarf that I intentionally killed because I don't have any way of getting shells in this map and didn't want to worry about it. I mean, Rovod's cool? Okay. Probably a wiser suggestion. I mean, this Rovod? The gem cutter? Okay. Like, this is why I'm not a mean person. I gave him a warning that the dwarf was going to die immediately. Baka Glass enjoys being in crowds and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is assertive and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She has a greedy streak and she can handle stress. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she's currently pen and pasturing a yak cow. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she is troubled by this as she values such powerful forces in life. That is a very long distance to polish stones. She personally has abandoned any attempt at self-control and finds the whole concept deeply offensive. Finds nature somewhat disturbing and doesn't particularly respect commerce. And dreams of crafting and finds nature somewhat disturbing and doesn't particularly respect commerce. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes alabaster and silver and resin opal and Kia leather and the color carmine. Bolts and windows and ducks for their quacks, and spotted ratfish for their coloration. In the words of the fragrant sheen and the glimmer of the sight of the bride of intricacies. When possible, prefers to consume giant, masked, lovebird, and muck roots, and pomegranate wine, and hates purring maggots. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a bug bat's dead body. Well, it's unfortunate. Felt satisfied remembering work, and felt interested after having an intellectual discussion with a friend. What's up, Nax? Hello. About playing this game a lot, how do you manage to hear the same music always from the game? You mean, like, how am I not crazy? Or, like, bored of it? Do you want to know a streamer secret? Have you ever heard of virtual audio cables? Unironically, though, I do like the soundtrack to this game and can listen to it almost in perpetuity without getting bored because I'm ignoring it. However, I have this button that mutes all my computer audio except for my notifications. So, you know, if I decide I don't want to hear it for a bit, I can just done. No, I can't hear it. Madness. But I can still hear that. Speaking of Vax and virtual audio cables, how you doing, Hobo? Yeet. How thing do be? Formula 1, just a few days. Only a few days. I just finished watching all of Drive to Survive, and I've already unsubscribed from Netflix again. Good riddance. Terrible service. Somehow managed to get worse. Although I will say that there's some real weird bits in that thing. In Drive to Survive. Are good, but Cilantro... I mean, here's the thing, right? I'm going to tell you this, pretty factually. I would rather listen to the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack every day for the rest of my life than be forced to play a game like Balatro, or listen to the music from a game like Balatro. That game's music is way too all over the place and loud. I like very laid-back, quiet soundtracks, and it's a sign of a good soundtrack. If I don't turn the soundtrack off, which I rarely do anyway, then It's fine. The only time that I ever actually do mute the soundtrack for this game is because I have a headache. Come on, the game is good. I don't like card games. I've never played a good card game that I've liked. Or rather, I've never played a card game that I've liked. I am not a deck builder guy. I am the anti-deck builder guy. So trying to sell me on a dark deck builder saying the game is good, that's fantastic. I'm glad that you have that opinion. I don't agree. Nor do I want to play it. Nor do I have any interest in playing it. So, no, come on. If you want people to gush over games you like, watch streams run by people who play games that you like. I'm not going to lie to you and say that I like something that I don't. I think it's easier to just make bins. Copper bins. Just one. Me too. If you keep winking at me, I'm just going to time you out. I'm not a big fan of that. You gotta have a faction that has no pigtails. Sounds like you have a world that has no pigtails then. I have a question. How big is this world? Dwarf Fortress is a simulation game, so I don't really understand your statement here. And I just spilled coffee. As I thought there was less coffee left in my cup than there was. Well, it'll dry. I'll live. All right. How are we doing up here? I get these walls built yet? I don't care if I'm underselling it. It's a game I don't want to play that I'm not interested in, that is themed around a thing I don't like, that uses mechanics I don't want to play, that I don't particularly want to talk about. I don't care that I'm underselling it. And also, I describe Dwarf Fortress as a sim game all the time. So I'm completely not understanding your point. Aside from that, I don't care. It's more than that. Who cares? Not the game I'm streaming. If you, like I said, if you want someone who's going to gush about games that you like, go watch someone who's gushing about games that you like. Or accept that not everybody is into or interested in the same thing, and some people just straight up don't care about your game's existences. It's like, I will sit here and yell about what is and what isn't a roguelike until I die. Lots of people don't give a shit. It makes me sad, but that's okay, because I go do something else. Right? You're talking about a game that I have absolutely no interest in. And you're trying to change my takes and my opinions. What's the point? Apologies if I'm too blunt on this matter, but I just don't understand the point of this entire discussion. Especially considering it started based on, why does the streamer like the music? I like the music in this game, and almost never mute it, unless I have a headache. So, what's the point of this whole conversation again? All right, how about this? We change the subject and move on with our lives. Medium region? So it is possible that you've ended up with either a dwarven faction that like has no access to caverns, which is really weird, or you are in a world that doesn't have the pieces and bits that you're looking for, right? It's very rare that I will just sit here and time 3 people out, but like I just don't feel like speaking with these people. So chat room, can I get a massive favor from you guys? Can I get a really big round of beers so I don't need to stare at this shit in my chat anymore? And if they want to come back and change the subject, they're more than welcome to. Otherwise, they can, like I said, go do something else. And we can keep playing games that I want to talk about. And not games that I could care less about. It's perfectly okay to have different interests in things. And it's also perfectly okay to learn when to shut up. Because someone clearly doesn't care. The other Eric Schmidt, hello. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. I have a question. Who's the other one then? If you're the other one, where's the original? I want to assign this as a library until the walls are all closed, because I want these walls to be closed. Should have checked how much slate I had before I started building this. The real Eric is in danger or no longer alive. Nope. No familiarity with Eric Schmidt. I know several Schmidts, but none of them are named Eric. There goes the stark raving mad dwarf running out the window. Good riddance, frankly. I mean, is this one of those situations like the podcaster I follow called Not That Will Smith on Twitch? Although he does actually have Will Smith on Twitter, which is still really funny. I just get to sit here and wait now. But thank you for the subscription, regardless. So this is going to be the first floor of the library. This will be second floor. This will be third floor. It's going to take a little bit. Former CEO of Google. Ah. Shrug. You know, I have a really hard time caring about CEOs of companies in general, unless they're people that actively piss me off. So it's not something I generally follow too closely. Which pink is that? Which one? This is quartzite. This is granite. Very few people named Will are actually named Will. W-I-L-L. It's generally short for something. It's like one of various names in shorthand format. I play this game full-time for a living. RK Lop, I think. And so I have to make things that I enjoy looking at. I don't like looking at boring squares all the time. That's not interesting to me. So I make interesting shapes so that I don't have to look at squares all the time. If you like looking at squares all the time, make squares. I like looking at interesting shapes. I also find it more rewarding and interesting to build interesting shapes. I can understand why your friend shortens their name to Will. Because I don't even know how to pronounce that looking at that. Chaos Enjoyer? Not really. I ain't no zoomer. Also, what's up, Wintersy? Welcome back. Oh, as in like Del Toro. I think that's one of those names I've never seen written out in full. Possible. Or not in a while, anyway. Can't remember the last time I watched a Del Toro movie. Although that's also still a name that I'm convinced that I pronounce wrong whenever I do say it out loud, so I'm not going to. Mostly because I can't pronounce things phonetically. We had this discussion like not even 90 minutes ago, but like I'm incapable of it. I'm a very auditory / visual learner. I'm not somebody who can easily sit down and read a thing and understand it. Maybe why I make tutorials on YouTube. Never fully understood. It's like, this is the insert language here version of this name. It's like, why does it have to be a version of an English name? Why couldn't it just be a name? It always kind of perplexed me. It's like, that doesn't sound anything like that name. But, I believe you. It makes them like you more and bring more on the next migrant wave, if you can hear me right now, Arende. Unless you're in an ad. But it makes them bring more on your next migrant wave. Quartzite is pretty and seems more subtle than rock salt. Rock salt is pretty vibrant. Although I find rock salt easier to type in when constructing things. Came in the early 5th century from German to Spain. Man, I just find it a little strange, that's all. Like, I get why it happens. Like, I've read the history about it, but, like, can't things just become their... I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Turns out John, pretty common name. Humans, not particularly creative. Turns out. Dwarf running up here to eat. I think that means I still need more tables. I'd also like to get some windows in here eventually, but we'll just stick to building the walls for right now. It's more saying the name has the same root. True. Like, that makes a bit more sense to me. But I guess that's just like a communication thing at that point. Like, these names are derived from a similar source instead of this is the blank version of this name. So the variations would be generally due to religious control and location. Got it. 1984ing since before it was cool. And also, I'm well aware that a lot of common names come from religion. Like I said, humans aren't particularly creative. We tend to just kind of copy everything we think is cool at the time, which is why Khaleesi was such a popular girl's name for a minute there. And now probably they're all regretting it and getting name changes. So this is the first floor of our library. The Library of Laboring. I'm not a fan of that name. The Library of Books. I'm very creative. And we're just going to set it to citizens and residents only for right now, until I have an actual fort guard. Let's see if I can get... I don't think I have... I just have the one. Let's do copper tables and copper thrones. And let's also do copper bookcase. Let's do rock coffer and rock cabinet. But while I start doing that, I'm also going to need to actually make a masonry area. Actually, do I want to make these out of slate? Make them out of diorite. Wait, what's wrong with scrolls in the library? I already said earlier that I'm agnostic and I don't particularly care. I can put either, doesn't matter. But why are you saying no scrolls in the library? What do you have against scrolls specifically? Maybe no Elder Scrolls in the library, because then the writing would be bad and the game design would be bland and something that we've seen before already. Ah, well, how about this? Library of Tomes. Better? Can you make a glass dome type of thing with the library? Why does everybody have this weird obsession with domes in this game? Have you ever tried to build a dome? Is it possible? Absolutely. Extraordinarily tedious, slow, and annoying, but possible. Same with pyramids. It's like, everybody has like this weird obsession with pyramids. It's like, you try building a pyramid and then tell me with a straight face to build a pyramid, because they are a pain in the ass to build in this game. For a multitude of reasons. But yes, I mean, you could, in theory. I mean, in theory, anything that'll fit on a square grid, you could build. So you could build a dome-like structure, a pyramid-like structure, or whatever. Just find a hollow spire and hollow it out, but it wouldn't be perfectly symmetrical. In order for that thing to be perfectly symmetrical, in order for it to be a dome, it would need to be perfectly symmetrical. And making perfectly symmetrical spheres in Dwarf Fortress that are multiple layers is a very slow, annoying, tedious process. But, like, yes, in theory, you could do it. Sure. If that's the question. I don't really want to build one, though. I mean, just ask Kobo anything about the number of times he's asked me to build an inverted pyramid. I have been thinking about building some sort of thing like that, but not, like, a perfectly symmetrical dome, because I don't like making symmetrical things to begin with. Might as well go play Minecraft if you want to make cube-shaped domes, but then you'd have to play Minecraft. Which, that's awful. Which is like the real shame there. Look at you cutting gems. How does Raul like your job? You want to pray? Yeah, I don't blame you. I need to find a place to put a temple. Because the library, now right there. I have an idea. Chat, can you guess what my idea is? Trying to decide where to put a temple. What if... All right, make your downwards pyramid and get back to me on that. I don't like building symmetrical things like that. And it's funny because, like, I'm not alone in that feeling of specifically, like, pyramids and domes being really annoying to build in this game. Having tried it a couple of times and talked to a lot of other people who've played this game for way too long, it's like, oh yeah, never, once, never again. It's all, that's usually what they say. It's like, yeah, sure, I'll do it once, never again. When you were a kid, boys had the same 10 names other than you, Jennifer, Jessica's. I knew a lot of Matts, Matthews, Michaels, Skylers, and Tylers growing up. Temple over crater. I was thinking bridge up to volcano. And that was about as far as I thought. I'll be honest. If a scholar is pondering, it means they're studying the subject. It doesn't mean they're going to write something. When it says write in and then subject name, it means they're writing something. It actually takes a lot to get dwarves to write stuff. That was one of the funniest ponders we ever got. G-Fin's dwarf had a dwarf that was labeled Pondering Lever. Very funny. Actually, how the heck do I already... Oh, right, I guess I bought like 1 or 2 books, didn't I? I don't have any scholars nor scribes. Let's chuck freeways into here. Freeways, go start scholaring. To flip unwanted guests into the volcano. I mean, I'm planning on, like, doing a lot more than that to unwanted guests, but... Do I have magnetite right now? I beg your pardon? That's interesting. I'm going to stop them from polishing stones now, because apparently they're making magnetite cabochons. That's mildly concerning. Also native copper. That's not cool. Well, turns out that's... I unmarked it from stone use, actually. Those are not marked by default, and I've never marked them. No, the ones I unmarked were all of the flux. So I never marked them. I guess this is technically a non-economic use. I just didn't know that. The more you know. Also got some more beds being built. I should be able to chuck another bed into here. At least I don't think I marked it. Maybe I did, but I don't recall marking it. I just gotta be careful about that. It's fine. We still can, like, encrust the furniture with it. No reason to not do that. It's also encrust finished goods. Not with glass, with gems. Polished stones. Because we have them, might as well, right? World Gen is nice sometimes, especially if you spot scholars writing about the same topic. In Long Death, which was a fort that started on year 5, I had 4 different scholars over the span of about 5 decades passive-aggressively writing stories about whether or not pulleys are the future or going to be the fall of Dwarvenkind. Which I was very, very, very amused by while watching that happen in real time. Why is there a yak here? I guess because I haven't told it to not be there. So let's tell it to not be there. Yak, go away. Plot twist, it was both. Well, I mean, eventually one of those dwarves got elected mayor and the other one died, so... And the one that got elected mayor, the last book that he wrote was called A Wizard's Guide to Pulleys, so... I would say that dwarf won, personally. So... That is the edge of the volcano. I want it to be a little higher than that, but I don't like the way this layer looks. And if I dig out the whole thing, it's just going to cave this in. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to push this up to priority number 1. Assuming they can get up there, which I'm not actually certain they can. They should be able to go up this ramp, 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 this ramp. Oh yeah, they should be able to get up there. Although you're watching a gem setting demonstration. Although I'm curious, how many people are in this guild? 2 workers! Okay, well. A book that is untitled, and you thought it was very DF to be in the title. The thing is, sometimes you'll get books that are literally just like a letter to somebody, and those are often marked as untitled. An elven caravan, really? That's kind of shocking. I thought I was at war with them, with this faction, but I guess not. I guess there's a group that I'm not at war with. Let's go here. This. Cut. Yeah, we'll just do that. Bring this over. Enough. You can launch anything if you're dedicated enough to the craft of minecart. Mine to the edge of the caverns. If you mine the whole year, you can feasibly drop an entire Z level into hell. Not necessarily, because you can't drop a single layer. You can't drop through solid layers of rock. So you would need to get rid of the semi-molten rock. Or a notebook, yeah, or just like a notebook with no particular subject. Actually, it's probably more common. I'm out of coffee. I'm gonna go swap this out for water. I'll be back in a sec. All right. Water required. I've never launched catapult parts at something, but that would be oddly ironic. I couldn't imagine, excuse me, that being particularly effective, though. Good evening, Musketeer. Dear Broker, how long are you going to be, doing this for? I realize that you are an expert gem setter and are leading this gem setting demonstration. And I realize that you are very much enjoying your time leading this gem setting demonstration, but when are you just gonna, like... Unless it's a different dwarf who has this job. Nope, it is Napalm Sibrans. These dwarves really like their gem setting. I really hope that these elves brought some pets, though. They didn't all be sad. I know that there are some ways to, like, force semi-molten rock to go away, but for me, if you're using a bug to get rid of it, I mean, like, if you're talking about, like, wanting to flood hell, like, if that's what you're discussing, what I would actually try and do would just be to kill the initial big-ass wave of, like, 250 clowns, or demons, or monsters, whatever you want to call them. And then once you've bashed your way through them, at that point, then you can... Like, they'll just stop coming in waves like that. They'll come through a handful at a time because they start to just path in and out of the map like any other wild animal. Because that's all they really are, is they're just a wild animal to a degree. Okay, now once you're done eating, are you going to come trade? Otherwise, you're getting fired. Once they can do that, they then... Like, they show up maybe 1 or 2 groups a season, right? So if you can consistently kill them... or have fended them off, then you're all right. And then from there, you just seal off the walls like you would a cavern and start building up around the glowy pits and then drain stuff in there. If that's what you're trying to do is just flood hell, I mean, you could do it. It would just take a really long time and require a lot of weapons. All right, Dwarf, you are kind of bothering me, but we will watch you sleep and see if you go trade after sleeping. And if you don't, then like I said, I'm firing you. Hey, Silencer, what's up? A goblin got his mouth smashed by a legendary mace dwarf and his teeth phased through the ground and landed a hallway blow. Yeah, that happens. So there's several different types of items, including ammunition that can do that. Body parts as well, teeth as well. I'm much more a fan of, like, dwarf collided with goblin mid-fight on a bridge, 30 Z levels up, they fell, and then when they landed, the dwarf just pile-drived the goblin into the ground. Goblin dies, dwarf walks it off, and then runs back around the back of the fight and continues fighting. That's more the kind of story I like. But, you know. Apparently you did do your job, it just took you a while. All right, so let's get some polished stones up in here. Good, you just got off work? Well, good to have you around. All right, let's see what these elves brought. They brought a rooster, cockatiel, magpie, chipmunk, and a bush tit. God damn it. Nothing fun, nothing big. Brought me a yak and a llama and a wren and a hen. Hey, well, that's disappointing. I was hoping they'd send me something fun. Like, what's a guy got to do to, like, you know, get a giant something? I'm actually going to buy their barrels. And I'm actually going to buy their buckets. And that's it. Say, oh, wonderful. Thank you for your business. Happy to be of service, elf. A cute little spot. So I need a masonry industry, and I don't want it to be up here anymore. So I'm thinking masonry industry maybe right here. I could bring a wall around the back. I can actually knock out this this right here and give us a little bit of a wider walkway. It'll look a little nicer. And this can be where the masonry industry is going to end up. Go all the way up to the edge of this. Yeah, I haven't had anything like super noteworthy like that happen. I think like the closest things to like funny things happening during sieges that I've had recently have been like, oh, well, you know, a dwarf got into a fight with somebody and then like used his shield to beat the crap out of them. Or like, I really like it when a dwarf runs into battle and then they come out the other end just equipped with a book. It's like, oh, wow, okay, so you just beat the crap out of like 8 enemy dwarves with, or goblins or elves or humans or whatever, with a literal book. I will always be entertained by shenanigans like that. That sort of thing is forever entertaining to me. They look goofy in hoods. Someone was saying that like dwarven miners look way too close to KKK members, and I can't unsee it, and it hurts my brain now whenever I think about it. A spam phone call. I get way too many of those these days. Like, it's actually gotten out of hand. It's ridiculous. Now the question is, what material do I want to make this out of? Basalt's not a bad material for building. It's a nice dark color. We'll see what that looks like. Comfy, goofy, same difference. They both have an F and a Y at the end, and I didn't see the whole word. But yeah, you are correct. They do, in fact, look comfy. They kind of look like towels. Like they have a towel on their heads. All right, let's make this go down here. Go down here. Problem is this isn't gonna be optimal for trading or anything. I'm trying to figure out why I'm building this bridge. Like I want to have a bridge running from here directly in. But this is going to end up probably being the baddie entrance. I want to put the temple over here somewhere. Thinking maybe a layer or two up, like maybe up here. A dwarf with a turban. I've seen humans with turbans. Because isn't that like a human culture thing in Dwarf Fortress? I'm pretty sure. But no, I've never seen a dwarf wander in with a turban. I've seen male dwarfs without beards. That's always interesting. Because usually what that means is they were raised by humans. Always like a, wow, how did that happen kind of thing. Yeah, that was a while ago. Bronze Colossus versus the Echidna. Yesterday, I forced a Bronze Colossus to fight with hell, and that was very entertaining. Okay, so miners are all down here doing this. I love how non-productive this fort's being because everybody's just learning to be gem cutters. It's like everybody's just refusing to work because like the entire fort's doing this. Like, some of them are doing constructions, some of them are digging, one of them's eating, everybody else is just, like, learning jeweling, basically. It's gonna be a mass jewelry fort. Do I even have any gems right now? I wonder. I should also probably get this area dug out, so let's do this over to here. Let's go down to here. Remove all of this, but at the very end right there, so that they can still get out. Dig down into here. All the way through to here. Then once all this is done, I can then channel through here and let the lava flow through. Why is there a camel in my fort? Dwarves, there's a camel in the fort. Time to learn some gem setting. I mean, this is currently probably the best school in this entire world to learn gem setting and gem cutting. If I had to bet, it probably is. I cannot escape. This is true. Yeah, we've been dealing with camels for multiple forts in a row now. Some migrants have arrived. Chat room, I have a question. Do you think this is going to actually be a decent-sized migrant wave, or is this just going to be yet another micro-migrant wave? Pessimist. Ah, prone to hatreds. Believes competition is a crucial driving force. Well, good luck, Dwarf. Talented siege operator. That's something I should make a siege operators. Oh yeah, no, definitely future. Ooh. Ooh, interesting. Very greedy, not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. Sounds like a CEO. Rarely develops negative feelings towards things, isn't particularly curious about the world, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, thinks he likes a little excitement now and then, has an active imagination, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and isn't particularly ambitious, and finds obligations confining, and he doesn't handle stress well. Scratches his head when he's bored, but he dreams of ruling the world, you know? Like... Also, am I crazy? Why is your description here so long? What? Believes that the acquisition and power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Finds the idea of laws abhorrent, is repelled by the idea of honesty, lies without compunction, is disgusted by the idea of fairness, and will freely cheat anybody, anytime, and has abandoned any attempt of self-control, and that the entire concept of, and thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, disdains loyalty, finds himself somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers, thinks that the time spent in self-examination are deluded fools, and can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society, has a deep dislike of the natural world, values cunning, values independence, and values martial prowess, finds friendship burdensome, and disregards tradition, dislikes competition, and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Sees working hard is a foolish waste of time. This is either a CEO or a politician, like 1,000%. I'm not gonna do it, but like, look at it for a second. Like the dislikes competition thing, I mean, come on. The routed poisons. You're 25 years old. He's like a child, too. Isn't the routed poisons a goblin sieve? So, I'm gonna do a thing. Any significant social skills? I'm just gonna go look up this dwarf's history. I'm really curious about it. I want to know where he came from. And then Bill Bezos. Bill Bezos, the musky one. Also, hey, Geotrack, hope you're doing well. Yeah, it is almost like, not quite, that dwarf is like somewhere between like billionaire CEO and like Bond villain petting a cat. We need to find out a little bit more about this dwarf. I need to figure out where this dwarf came from, because that kind of reads like a goblin description, and I'm pretty sure that group is a goblin group. So it is possible he was either born in goblin captivity or was kidnapped at some point. It's hard to say. All right, let's, it does the same thing. Well, no, don't abandon it. Just retire. That's his last name. Castle Dive. Lex Luthor the Dwarf? More or less, yeah. God, doing this right now really makes me desperately want that feature that Tarn's mentioned maybe adding to the game a couple of times, where it's like a quit to Legends option and then just a continue button. It's all it needs. Just the option to click quit to Legends, and then another option to click continue. That's all it needs. I don't need XML exports. Like I never use those features. I just want an easier way of getting into Legends. You can have that dwarf geotrack once I get back in game though. Because her name was Zassit Castle Dive. If Geo didn't do it, you would have. I kind of assumed that the next person to redeem a dwarf would have claimed that dwarf. You don't know how to use Legends? I wish that you could just read history of any creature from within fort mode. I have a question. Why does everybody find Legends so complicated? Like, I don't really get it. Like, here, we'll find this dwarf and I'll explain it best I can. Because it's pretty simple, really. I literally just did it, Winter Z, so just rewatch the VOD and you'll see me do it in real time. I guess. I mean, like, if it's analysis paralysis, I understand that. But if you go in looking for something specific, like the history of a dwarf, it's pretty easy. Zassit. This is historical figures. Zassit Castle Dive was born in the year 498. Okay. Was a dwarf born in the 498, is the only son of Lore, Paint Murdered, and Tubal Staff Roots. He settled in Subtlescribe in the mid-spring of 523. So what is the routed poisons? Okay, so he was a member of a goblin faction, which is run by a tortoise demon, which checks out, which is why he has a very goblin outlook on life. What happened to your parents? Are they still alive? Which is also interesting, because apparently he left the Veiled Halls, too, so he left my faction. So dad had a childhood friend, or this dwarf rather, had a child, became a pilgrim, visited Woman Clutch on a pilgrimage, probably a temple, prayed at the Temple of Ivy at Woman Clutch, gave up being a pilgrim to become a prophet, found a lover, broke up, found a lover, broke up, found same lover, broke up, different lover, broke up, and then found a lover, and I guess had a kid at some point? No, wait, you can't have had a kid because I'm not related at all. Okay, so this dwarf, I guess this would be dad because this is a baron, was the eldest son of Uzol and Almost, became lovers with somebody, broke up, obviously, like that song and dance, moved to Wirespun, which is a pretty big dwarven fortress, became the baron, became a baron, so I guess became a baron in Wirespun, had some more lovers and broke up, and then fought in a fierce battle in the defense of the Fields of Rock against Humst. Actually, what year was that? 497, so pretty recently. Ah, okay, so the rounded confederations attacked the ever-seeing utterances at the Fields of Rock, and some human led the attack, and the defenders were led by another human, who later became a zombie, and one person was shot and killed. But it doesn't say that they were, like, crushed or anything. I'm wondering if it was taken over at some point, but it doesn't seem to be the case. They did fight with a bronze colossus. Interesting. So there's nothing like crazy out of the ordinary, aside from the fact that this kid was part of a goblin faction for a bit. So probably, if I had to bet, this kid, this kid got kidnapped at some, he was kidnapped at some point because he left the Veiled Halls and then rejoined the Veiled Halls. So at some point, this dwarf was kidnapped and was integrated into goblin society, because at least at some point. So was he snatched? I assume so. Can't find it on the menu. You click Retire Fortress, Wintersy. Then what you do is you click Save to a different timeline, not the same timeline. Then you click Start New Game in Existing World. Go to that save file in a different timeline and click it, and then click Legends. That's how you do it. And now, as you can see, I have another manual save here. Although I maybe jumped back too far. I might actually have to quit without saving and jump back to the manual one. Yeah, no, it's all good. Snatched, kidnapped, stolen, whatever. And yeah, I did go back too far. Hold on, let me jump back. And then if you ever screw it up, you can just jump back to, like, you know, your last save or whatever. Yeah, so I like to make a manual save first because I always think I'm gonna fuck it up, and I never do. But yeah, it's pretty easy. It's just a couple clicks and 2 load screens. And like 800 to 10 to a gig, 800 megs to a gig of memory, depending on how big your world is. Anyway, let's geo track. So this dwarf, who I was kind of reading anyway, does have poor social awareness. What's interesting is he doesn't have any family, and it's not like he worships a goblin god or anything. But the fact that you are a member of the Routed Poisons is interesting. We've already read the description. I could read it again if you guys like. But competent dancer, actually, hold on a second. So this is difficult because I don't actually know. And he's saying accidents. This is just like, I'm wondering if he knows songs or poems or anything that were written by goblins. So that's authored by Detan. Concerning religion originating from the kingdom of Inching. Yeah, okay. That's human. How about you? The insightful smile. Originating in the dungeon of Twinkles. I can tell you for a fact that's not goblins. Probably elven. It's a song about immortality. Or a poem about immortality. I don't know. This will be a bit of a hole to dig into. My Friend Soaps. It's a song about Call of Duty. Poetry is great, though. Oh, he's quite the poet. I don't know what to do with this dwarf. I'm kind of thinking about making him a bard, yeah. Which is fun, although it would be really funny to make him into a bard because he personally is appalled by merrymaking parties and other such worthless activities and doesn't particularly care between war and peace. Well-traveled? No, this is just a goblin. This is a goblin in dwarf skin. Work his way up the admin tree. Captain of the guard, maybe? Or a librarian? I mean, there's plenty of people who don't like dancing but know tunes from popular songs. Monster of fruit-grolled trousers. Cool. Also, monkey leather shoes. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. Slow to love. I think for right now, we'll make that dwarf into a scholar and just kind of see what they take to. And we'll work from there. And whether or not they become, like, super pissed. If that makes any sense. Make a great horror writer? I mean, maybe. We'll see what GeoTrack thinks about it once they end up in the actual prison. Or not prison. Library. Sorry, running on automatic from the last fort. You could sit there and read every background of each dwarf, and it makes it more special when you pick up a random one and notice something odd. Oh yeah, no, I mean, the point that I think I realized that I would be playing this game for a very, very, very long time was the point where I realized that I could tell where a dwarf, like what part of the world a dwarf came from based on their name and hair color. That was when I realized, I was like, I think I really like this game. It also means that I played that world for too long and like, you know, the game for too long. Nope, that is true. Leather is just leather. Doesn't matter what the leather is made out of. That was a pretty big migrant wave, yeah. It's finally like got the value from the trading. Which means I am about to have a lot of gem cutters. You know, I should probably swap to members only for the guild just for a little bit. So why do you have a bow? With bolts. Prez me. We have to have a conversation about what is an acceptable dwarven weapon. Crossbow is an acceptable dwarven weapon. All right, well, I need more bedrooms. That's what we need. So I need to figure out where I'm going to put more bedrooms. Because so far we've just been doing this, right? Like these squigglies, which I can keep doing. In fact, we can do a bunch up here. Although, here's hoping I still have enough wood to make bedrooms. These will be stairs down, I guess. I don't particularly enjoy playing Oxygen Not Included, so I'm probably not a person to ask. I know people who like that game really enjoy it. They're very different games. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a lot more of, I guess, actually, here's a question. Do you like reading? Dwarf Fortress has a lot more reading in it to get the most out of it. Kind of like what we were just talking about. In order to get the most out of this game, you kind of need to read a lot. So that's kind of, I think, the main impact, I would say. It also depends on what kind of game you're looking for. Are you looking for a game with a lot more linear goals that is a lot more directed, or are you looking for a game that's less linear and more just an open sandbox? Because Dwarf Fortress is a lot more of an open sandbox, way less linear. But also, again, I'm not the best person to ask because, one, I didn't particularly like Oxygen Not Included, and two, I haven't played it since it launched into early access, so it may have also changed. But I don't know, very different games, pretty different games, I guess. Chat probably has better thoughts on the subject than I would. Especially considering my answer is almost always going to be, well, obviously Dwarf Fortress. Because I like this game a lot, but... Oni is a timed puzzle compared to DF Sandbox. Sure, I could see that. I vastly disagree with that. Vastly disagree with that. Hugely disagree with that, GFin. It's not more complex mechanically. It forces you to engage with the complexity of its systems more. Dwarf Fortress doesn't, but I don't think that makes it more complex mechanically. I would say that Oxygen Not Included has more in common with Kerbal or Factorio, in that it's more about progressing through a system like Factorio, but also it's much more like physics-based. It's got a lot more physics-related mechanics to worry about, liquids and such. These bedrooms are cool. They don't look terrible. I'm not the happiest with them right now, but they're working. They're suiting the mountain kind of feel of this fort. It's a heat death avoidance type of game. The heck is a heat death avoidance? Add that to the list of terms I've never heard to refer to a video game before. You have a shit ton of stone blocks. Are you sure that they only need blocks? What else do they need? And also, do they have access to the blocks? Is there a burrow turned on? I'm running through all the thoughts in my head that could stop them from getting the blocks. So, sorry if it's something you've already tried. Are the blocks in a bin? I mean, you can kill dwarves with heat too. So wait, in that case, is Dwarf Fortress a Fear of Noah's Ark type game? Like, if Oni is a heat death type, avoiding heat death type game, then Dwarf Fortress is water scary type game. Ended because your base got too hot and you couldn't go grow crops anymore. Lately you do better, but not sure if they just tweaked the numbers to make it easier on you. Yeah, that's also kind of true. I don't know. I think it's kind of just watch both the games for, like, if you're trying to decide between the two, if you only have budget for one, I'd just watch both games for a bit and then work your way up from there. Because I think that you're going to have kind of a, it's going to take a bit of time for you to pick one, I'll put it that way. So, just start watching. Because fortunately, like, there's a lot of content available for both of these games. Although, admittedly, probably way more for Oni. The thing is, I disagree, GFin. And the reason I disagree with that statement isn't because what you're saying is necessarily wrong. Oni is a very complex game. I'm never going to deny that. The reason I'm disagreeing with it being more complex than Dwarf Fortress specifically is Dwarf Fortress has a lot more variety in its complexity. Oni focuses on some very specific things. While I haven't played that game in a long time because I find playing it to be unpleasant, to put it kind, I know where its complexity comes from because I've watched a shit ton of it. Because I have some friends who never stop streaming it, even though I wish they would. So, you're probably not wrong. But Oni is a very focused game. It's focused on a very specific type of complexity. So I think it's unfair to say either of them are deeper or more mechanically complex. Certain types of mechanics in Oni are more complex. The gameplay structure, I would probably agree with you, is more complex, but stating that it's more mechanically complex is, if not factually correct, then misguided. Super CJ, thank you very much for the 21st month. That's a goddamn long time. And a 20-month streak. Also means a lot, dude. Goddamn long time, and it means a lot. Like, seriously. Thank you so much for continuing to keep that subscription alive. I would say this is a dumb discussion that doesn't need to exist, Chiefin, but also at the same time, depth-wise and mechanical complexity, I would still disagree with you. Just because you don't click on and see all of the complexity doesn't mean a game isn't more complex. Dwarf Fortress hides a lot of its complexity. It's like there are elements of, let's throw out a random game that's got a lot of depth to it. There are elements of Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead that are deeper than Dwarf Fortress. I would still argue that Dwarf Fortress is a deeper game. I have an interview with the developer of Songs of Six that has like 30,000 views on it now or something. So I have played it, yes. It's been a minute, but I have played it. Oh, it's granite sweet. That'll melt. Like, no, there's just gonna be a boulder here forever, but it'll melt. Let's hope nobody gets caught up in the lava. Yeah, it's been a minute since I played Songs of Six. I keep on saying that I'm gonna play more Songs of Six, and then he keeps announcing another patch. And now he's just like I was saying, I was like, oh, I'll play when version 60 comes out. And then version 60 came out, and then he'd already announced version 70. I was like, I want those features. And then I was like, well, now next one's armies. I was like, I'll wait for that one. And then now he's like, 1.0 soon. I'm like, I'll wait for 1.0. Developers should stop announcing patches as they're putting out patches, because it just makes me not play your game because I'm waiting for the next patch. I get stuck in this. Like, that's literally happened with a game I'm going to play tomorrow evening, which is Keeper RL. Which is like, well, I was going to play it, but then they announced another patch, and then I was going to play it, and then I got distracted by another video game, and then I was going to play it, but then they announced another patch, and then I was going to play it, but then they announced another patch, and then I was going to play it, and now they announced 1.0, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll wait 2 months. About trying to catch a bug that was causing cats to die. I think you're talking about the no-clip video that is an interview with Tarn. I could explain to you why that was one of the most annoying, obnoxious interviews of my life, but I don't know if that's necessary. You're the guy who calls IT about being unplugged. Wait, really? You had something unplugged and you called IT for it? What happened? What happened? If I can ask. I don't have any gems that need cutting. That's ridiculous. Oh, hey, they finally want the guild hall. The jewelers want their guild hall now. We have enough jewelers. It's official, chat. We now have a jewelers guild that's already high enough value. That's how you get ahead of your demands, is just simply have the thing before they ask for it. Optimal situation. How am I doing on cloth, actually? This includes cave spider silk. Pretty bad. 20. Yep.